I'd like to call this April 13th, 2021 Johnston County Board of Education meeting to order. At this time, Ms. Wheeler, we do have a quorum. We have 6 board members in the boardroom and Mr. Mike Wooten on Zoom. At this time, let's remember Mr. Wooten. He is still recovering from a knee replacement surgery that happened a couple of weeks ago, so that's why he's not with us today. So at this time, I'll call on Ms. Lynn Andrews for the prayer and Mr. K. Carroll for the pledge.
Would you pray with me? Lord, we are so very grateful that you have led us to this place at this season of our lives to serve in this manner. We give you thanks for all the blessings that you have brought into each of our lives. Tonight as we gather here, we pray for your continued guidance and direction, and we pray most of all that we would shine your light into our world. We give you thanks this night, Father, for our staff and for our students, for all those people who make up Johnston County Public Schools. We are so grateful to each one of them for all their hard work, and we are grateful to you for carrying us through the difficult times. We ask your blessings on each of them, and we ask your blessings on each family in which they represent. May we, as we go through this meeting, Lord, may we again shine your light within this place. May we feel your strength. May we know your patience. May we experience your peace, and may we always walk hand in hand with you, with our eyes always toward the cross. For we pray this through your Son's holy name. Amen.
Amen. Face the flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dr. Bracy.
This time. Am I hot?
You might.
Mr. Chair, I ask that we enter an executive session for the general purposes stated on the agenda.
I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session. Motion by Ms. Sessoms. Second by Mr. Carroll. The reasons, yes. At this time, we'll do a roll call vote due to Mr. Wooten not being in the boardroom. So, Mr. Wooten?
Yes.
Ms. Andrews? Ms. Sessoms?
Yes.
Mr. Byrd?
Yes.
Mr. Carroll? Mr. Johnston? And I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. We'll enter closed session. At this time, we will go back into open session. We have already had our pledge and our prayer. Before we go into approval of minutes, to have a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the privilege of sharing some very sad news. In March, we lost a valuable team member. Our speech therapist at Four Oaks Elementary passed on, and our hearts go out to the school and her family. And one of her co-workers has written a beautiful tribute, and I would like to share that with your permission. This is a tribute to Amanda Melvin Kearney, written by Tiffany Allen. I met Amanda when she joined the Four Oaks Elementary family in the spring of 2019. I was immediately amazed at her excitement and readiness to jump in and take over the heavy caseload that lay before her. I love my job and my students, but I have never met anyone that loved being a speech pathologist as much as her. It was truly her passion, and she was good at it. She saw potential in all her students and worked fervently to make sure they all had a voice. Communication was her life, and speech therapy was not only her career field, it was her hobby. We developed an amazing friendship in a very short period of time, and I soon learned that Amanda even spent her weekends reading articles, watching documentaries, and researching the latest speech language techniques. I remember when she found out that she had leukemia, and she entered the hospital for her first round of chemotherapy. Our Four Oaks Elementary School family came together to send her care packages, and lots of people reached out to me to inquire about items to send to her. I told them to send her speech therapy journals and peer-reviewed articles. They laughed, but I was being serious. I would text her to tell her that I was praying for her and to see how she was doing. She'd rarely respond to those text messages. But if I texted her to update her on a student's progress or tell her something funny that had happened during one of my sessions, I could count on her to reply expeditiously. I even remember telling her that I was struggling to come up with activities for one group. Within an hour, she'd sent me 3 emails of things that I could do in therapy. That was just the type of person she was. She never focused on herself and poured all of her love and energy into those around her. Over the past 9 months, we have kept Amanda lifted in prayer, hoping for a miracle. Unfortunately, the outcome we wanted did not come to fruition. However, this time has highlighted how amazing Four Oaks Elementary School is and how we truly live our motto, faith, family, Four Oaks. I walked through the front doors, and from the moment she walked through the front doors, she fit in immediately and became such an important member. In the last months of her journey, Amanda shared a powerful message with us. Life is full of small inconveniences. Try not to focus on them because that's all they are, just inconveniences. Instead, focus on the bigger picture. Spend time with your family and friends. Tell people that you love them and engage in the little moments. Life is a gift, and the best way that we can honor Amanda's memory is by making a vow to live each day more intentionally. Our hearts go out to Amanda's family, and our hearts go out to the school community there at Four Oaks Elementary.
Thank you, Ms. Sessoms. Definitely, we need to remember her and her family during this time of the loss of Amanda. Thank you for reading that. So at this time, I entertain a motion to approve our March 9th, 2021 regular session minutes. Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Johnston. Roll call starting with Mr. Johnston due to Mr. Wooten being via Zoom.
Yes.
Bird?
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms?
Yes.
Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Wooten?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. Next, I'll entertain a motion for our March 16th, 2021 joint session meeting minutes with the county commissioners.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Johnston. Starting with Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms?
Yes.
Mr. Byrd?
Yes.
Now to our March 22nd, 2021 special session minutes. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson,
Second.
second by Ms. Andrews. Mr. Wooten? Ms. Andrews?
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms?
Yes.
Mr. Byrd?
Yes.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, are there any discussions or adjustments to the agenda? Starting with Mr. Johnson.
No adjustments.
Mr. Carroll?
Just ask this, on, under our superintendent reports, consent items, is, item D and E under consent? Are we taking those, is that coming out of consent? Bus replacement and the purchase of radios.
It's under consent right now, but if you wish to take them out,
You should take it out. It's considerable items, so I think we ought to
okay.
take it out and just, talk about it. Okay. Just for public information.
Okay. Mr. Byrd, any adjustments?
No.
Ms. Sessoms?
None.
Ms. Andrews?
None.
Mr. Wooten?
None.
I have none, so we have a motion to take out consent items D and E and put those under, Dr. Bracy, just put those under your,
Y'all are under Mr. Britt's.
We'll have to vote on it. Yep, put them in there.
we'll let them go as E number 3 and 4 under the Chief of Finance. All in favor with putting consent items D and E and moving them to section E for the Chief of Finance, number 3 and 4? Excuse me, Mr. Johnson, roll call.
I vote yes.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Mr. Byrd,
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms,
Yes.
Ms. Andrews,
Yes.
Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, I'll call on Mr. Wooten for an update from the Finance Committee.
Don't have a whole lot. I know, we've had some good, communication with county commissioners in the last 30 days about our construction needs. I'm excited about our joint meetings we're gonna have in the future, with that committee. I know the CARES Act, I know Mr. Britt talked about the CARES Act 2 and CARES Act 3, which CARES Act 2 will give the county about $29 million, and CARES Act 3 about $65 million. That's important because we're getting ready to have our budget work session on the 26th, and that date's going to change, and I'll talk about that after my comments. The most pressing thing for our proposed budget that's upcoming is our summer school program. I know we're going to have a rigor summer school program for learning loss for our students across the county. And then there's a long-term strategic planning that we have to do over our budget over the next few months after that. The importance of our budget session is there's really going to be 2 waves, the summer school program and then the long-term strategic planning. But it's important that we have our session this month because we have to have some type of budget proposed by May the 7th. That's an important date. If we don't have a budget proposed by then, then we have a good chance that we won't have the funding from CARES Act number 2 to be able to have the funds available to start our summer program. So it's important that we make this budget session. I know in conversation with you, Mr. Chairman, the 26th is probably a bad date for some of our board members, and we may need to move the budget session to April the 29th at the same time at 5 o'clock. And if we do that, then Ms. Linda Wheeler is going to have to send out another update because it is a public meeting. So I don't know if you want to change that date now, or talk to the board members, or do it in another portion of the meeting. What you want to do on that?
Yes, Mr. Wooten, I will be out of town Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and so will our vice chair on some personal items. So without both of us here, we would like to move it to April 29th at 5 p.m. Does anybody have any conflicts with that?
That's on a Thursday, right?
Yes, that will be Thursday instead of Monday, I believe. Any conflicts, Mr. Johnston? Mr. Carroll, you good? Okay, Mr. Byrd?
Oh, I'm good.
Ms. Sessom?
And the last thing I have is, our projected fund balance is going to be somewhere around 19 million by the end of the year after all expenses are paid. I know, you can't, this is an unprecedented year. A lot of things didn't operate as normal, so the expectation of having that much remaining at the end of the year is uncommon, but it is encouraging to know that we'll have somewhere around 19 million at the end of the operating year. That's all I have right now. And I appreciate all the hard work of the Finance Committee and what they're doing for Johnston County Public Schools.
Okay. Mr. Wooten, this is Terry Sessoms. As we are getting close to that budgeting meeting, several times throughout the year we have discussed increases in bus driver pay as well as our substitute pay. And if we weren't able to do an increase in the sub pay, providing those folks with a bonus, because they have gone above and beyond reporting during this crazy pandemic time. Has that been addressed in the upcoming budget?
I'll let Mr. Britt share on that when he later in the meeting. But I agree with you. I don't think there's a board member on the board that doesn't agree with that, as well as trying to keep our TAs in the classroom. So the good point, and I'll make sure that he addresses that when he speaks today.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Wooten, and to all the Finance Committee for your hard work, and we look forward to the budget session on April 29th at 5 p.m. And Ms. Wheeler will be making that adjustment and sending it back out to the media. At this time, I'll turn it over to Ms. Sessoms for a policy review update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Policy Review Committee met last month, and we typically meet the Thursday after each board meeting. But this month we will be postponing that meeting, or actually canceling that meeting, because the next section of policies to review is on board operations, and we have decided that we will allow that to. We will, as a full board, we will review those policies. And so we will begin that process on Saturday during our board retreat, so that all board members are involved in that particular process.
Thank you, Ms. Sessoms, and thank you for the update, as well as all the hard work the Policy Committee does to make sure our policies are up to date. No, that's a pretty lengthy meeting, so we appreciate all the time you guys put into that. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Well, I need to mention one more thing. I know we were to propose a budget, but once we set the budget on our our deadline, we can always make amendments to the budget. So we're not locked in on recommendations from board members when we do set a budget. So you can amend and make changes. And that might be the case with what Ms. Sessom's question as well, and many other thoughts from the board as well. So once we set the budget, we can make amendments.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'll call on Ms. Crystal Roberts for special recognitions.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bracy, Chairman Sutton, Lady Vice Chair Sessoms, members of the board, Mr. Sue and Ms. Wheeler. We are happy to start this meeting off with our celebrations today. And we want to start with a celebration of an acknowledgement of our collaboration with county organizations. In addition to thanking and celebrating my coworkers and colleagues with the Johnston County Public Schools led by Dr. David Pierce, Dr. Amanda Allen, and our professional nurses and school social workers, we must continue to show our appreciation for the county leadership with whom we have served lockstep since the pandemic became a threat to our health. Not only have we been blessed with supportive county government leadership, Rick Hester and our Board of County Commissioners, but those who are the boots on the ground continue to inspire hope. Please hold your standing applause until I introduce each of our guests, and once you've acknowledged them, I'll give each of them a moment to share a few words. I start with Dr. Marilyn Pearson. I recently served on a panel with Dr. Pearson, who is our Johnston County Health Department Director, where she said, and I quote, "My job is to keep this county healthy." And since she took the helm in 2005, she's been with the county health department since 1998, but since she took the helm in 2005, she has led that charge calmly and unapologetically, with grace, patience, and with extreme competence. Thanks to her leadership, more than 2,000 of our employees have been vaccinated, taking us steps closer toward health and giving us the protection we need to carry on, serve, and spend time in person with friends and family and coworkers. Also with us this evening is Mr. Kevin Hubbard, also a familiar face. You would think that given the responsibility of overseeing Johnston County Emergency Services, that he would have a closet staff of thousands. But in truth, none of our guests have that. But they do have grit, and they so deeply care about Johnston County. As our Director of Johnston County Emergency Services for the past 3 years, Mr. Hubbard has charge of the department's 3 divisions: EMS, Emergency Management, and the Fire Marshal's Office. Safety and health are intertwined, and Mr. Hubbard and the magnanimous team of emergency professionals have always had our backs. We're going to give them a moment just to say a few words and to introduce who they have with them this evening. Dr. Pearson?
Good evening. First of all, thank you all for having us here and recognizing us. We could not do what we do without all of our partners. I tell everybody that I talk to, public health is a team sport. We're all a part of the same team, and we all have the same goal: to keep everybody as healthy as possible and prevent disease. So that is our goal. You all, as a school system, have been great partners to us. Thank you for the use of your schools. We continue to utilize them. I think everybody that I talk to out in the public says they know on Wednesday we're going to be at one of the schools, and on Friday we're going to be at JCC. So they know your schools now. People from all over have come to our vaccine clinics. I can tell you we've served people from 66 counties that have come to our vaccine clinics. And so you all have been a shining example, I think, not just for us, but for the state. As our partners continue to work and provide care and vaccinations for all those here in our county, we know that this is going to continue for the next few months. We expect that to happen through the summer also. We hope to be able to eventually get more vaccine to our children, and that will be coming soon also. So I'll end with saying that as partners, we can't do what we do without each other. We all work together to keep everybody healthy. I want to introduce Aaron Smith. Aaron, you want to say something? I'll let Aaron say something. Aaron is a Johnstonian, so doctor of nursing practice, family nurse practitioner. And when we started, we've been doing testing since last year, over a year now. But when we started our vaccine clinics, we needed to find someone who could coordinate those clinics for us and work with all of our many partners. Erin has worked in our clinic areas, but we knew she could be the leader that we needed. And I'll let her say a few words if she'd like to about coordinating our clinics.
Good evening. Like Dr. Pearson said, my name is Erin Smith. I'm a nurse practitioner at the Johnston County Health Department, and I'm helping coordinate our COVID vaccine clinics in our communities. Thank you to all of our community partners. It is a true team effort to put on our clinics and for things to go as smoothly as and efficiently as they do. So thank you all for your continued support, and to our community partners who support us and help us out every step along the way.
And now we may give them an ovation because Dr. Pearson has a meeting.
Emergency management provides us with all the supplies and any and everything that we need. I'll tell you that we were setting up for our clinic on Saturday at the flea market, and I said to Sandy, can we get some tarps? Saturday morning she was there with tarps. So they do everything and provide any and everything that we need. So.
Thank you, Dr. Pearson and Crystal, for those kind words. Thank you so much, Johnston County Public Schools, for the partnership you have with us. Thank you for the recognition tonight, but of course, most importantly, for the partnership. As Dr. Pearson's charge is to keep the public healthy in Johnston County, our charge is to keep Johnston County safe. And we certainly couldn't do that without our partnerships with our first responders and importantly, our partnership with Johnston County Public Schools. Be it a hurricane or a pandemic, you're always there for us, and we certainly appreciate that and can't tell you thank you enough. So thank you for what you do. I have brought with me tonight Miss Sandy Wood, who is our Johnston County Emergency Management Coordinator. And Sandy is, while all three of our divisions participate tremendously in the COVID clinics, Sandy is actually our point for our department. She gets everybody there that needs to be there, make sure all of the equipment is there, the right people are there to get it there, and of course to make sure that Dr. Pearson and her team has any and every supply that they can need anytime they need it. She spends countless hours day and night communicating with our partners, making sure that all of our folks are in place, and like I said, making sure that Dr. Pearson and her team have everything that they need. She stays in constant communication with the school system as well to help you out with your needs also. So I would like to personally thank every member of my team, including Sandy, for what she does, and of course Dr. Pearson. I'd like to thank her for her tremendous leadership during this pandemic. We certainly couldn't do what we do without Dr. Pearson, and I'd like to offer Sandy an opportunity to say a few words if she'd like to.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us here. What I do want to say, aside from what Dave already mentioned, is that I am both proud and humble to be part of such a group that works so hard for the citizens of Johnston County. And whether it is a hurricane or a bus incident or a COVID clinic, our citizens here in the county and other counties are truly blessed because of the friendship and the partnership that we all share. And thank you for that.
Thank you all very much for what you do. and we appreciate the partnership that we do have with you guys. Thank you very much.
We'll continue this celebration with some more familiar faces. While vaccines provide protection from illness and death, Sheriff Steve Bizzle and Deputy Chief Benji Gaddis provide expertise in law enforcement protection in all other ways through their leadership of our county's Sheriff's Department. A dynamic duo they are. Sheriff and Deputy Chief Benji Gaddis have brought some team leads with them, and I'll give them a few moments to share their excitement at this partnership.
Thank you. Good evening, men and ladies. It's an honor to be here tonight. It's an honor to be recognized by this board. I do want to tell you, in my 22 years as sheriff, we've done a whole lot. But I don't think we've done anything as rewarding as to be able to serve our citizens, especially our senior citizens, during all of the shots that have been administered in our county. I do want to thank, I could stand here tonight and say thank you for all the credit, but I'd like to recognize those that are down there where the rubber meets the road. My chief deputy here, Benji Gaddis, my captain of the SAFE team, Captain Jason Crocker, and this is the SAFE team. That's Sheriff's Aggressive Field Enforcement Team. This is pretty much the cream of the crop right here. They get on this team because they have excelled. And they have been there under Jason's leadership. They've been at the vaccination, all of the clinics, directing the traffic, getting vehicles off the roadway on, the sites, ensuring that not only our citizens are safe, but also all of the healthcare workers. So thank y'all again tonight for recognizing us, and I don't think we've ever did anything that has been so rewarding again than serving especially our senior citizens, but all of our citizens in this historic event that we have seen in our country, our state, and even right here in our county. Thank y'all for the partnership that I have as the elected sheriff with all of y'all. We enjoy this old boy over here. We get to work with him right often, and he does y'all a great job. And Miss Crystal, thank you for all that you do. It's an honor to be sheriff, and I want to continue to work with y'all. So if y'all need me or you need us, you just feel free to reach out to us. And thank y'all.
Thank you, Sheriff Bizzle and the entire group. Thank you for what you do. I've been to some of the vaccination clinics and heard from many, many citizens of a job well done for each one of y'all and your staff. So thank you for your assistance and your partnership with us to make sure that we do get the citizens of Johnston County vaccinated. Thank you.
And finally, I introduce you to a formidable team from the National Guard. Major Lamb and his team leads have served tirelessly, maybe I'm tired, to keep the vaccination lines moving smoothly and operate in any other capacity needed. I can remember working one of the vaccine clinics, and they worked so hard and so fast that we almost didn't have a whole lot to do at times. We were waiting for the cars to come around the corner because they had our backs. They personify the support that our military heroes represent in times of need. And Major Lamb, if you will come and introduce your squad.
Thank you so much for having us today. It's an honor to be here. And I'll introduce my team here from my left, from my right. Specialist Tacconi, Sergeant Zakharova, Master Sergeant Parham, and GW1 Cordillo, Sergeant First Class Pinkney, So these two teams has been on the ground since day one. They are the teams on the trenches, in the trenches. And I appreciate you guys for the recognition and for having us here today. It's an honor to continue to be able to serve along the side of our partners. Dr. Pearson has been great. She's worked alongside with us since day one, and will continue to be an honor to serve with her and our county partnership. Thank you so much.
Major Lamb and your staff, thank you for your service, number one. But more importantly, thank you for what you're doing for Johnston County and assisting us in the vaccination clinics. And we appreciate everything you do for us on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
We'll now continue our celebrations with, of course, why we're here, our students. And we'd like to introduce you to students who have been recognized for good character. And for April 2021, we have students from Benson Elementary, Benson Middle, Clayton High, Clayton Middle, Cooper Academy, East Clayton Elementary, Four Oaks Elementary, Four Oaks Middle, Meadow School, Powhatan Elementary, South Johnston High School, and West Clayton Elementary. So let me introduce you to these fine young people. From Benson Elementary, we have Sawyer Johnson, who is in the 4th grade, being recognized for responsibility, which is being accountable for your own actions. Here's a little bit about Sawyer. Sawyer Johnson is a 4th grade student at Benson Elementary. He is a terrific young man who exemplifies the Johnston County Public Schools character trait of responsibility. Throughout this pandemic, Sawyer has worked hard to complete any and all assignments, attend all Google Meets, and has reached out to his teachers for clarification when needed. He strives to do his best in all situations as he holds himself to a high standard no matter his surroundings. He is able to self-reflect and analyze work that is incorrect so that he can learn from his mistakes. Sawyer believes that the key to learning is being responsible. He strongly feels that in order to get the best education, you have to ask questions to better understand new skills and concepts. Sawyer attributes his ability to be responsible to his parents. Benson Elementary is very proud of Sawyer and believes he will continue to exhibit the character trait of responsibility throughout life's endeavors. Sawyer Johnson. And from Benson Middle, we have Demaya Terry, who is in the 8th grade. Demaya was recognized by all of her academic teachers as a student known for her responsibility. She takes it upon herself to be organized, diligent, and well-prepared. She is always prompt in completing her lessons, asking questions when needed, going above and beyond to help her peers. Whether she is at school face-to-face or in a virtual environment, Demaya perseveres to attend all Google classes, check in with teachers, complete assignments on time, finish assessments as scheduled, and stay organized. At Benson Middle School, we promote responsibility through goal setting. Demaya sets lofty goals each quarter in a desire to better herself. She accepts the academic challenges that present themselves, works hard to overcome them, and is very conscientious about meeting her goals. The 8th grade is proud to have her as a member of the class of 2021. And at Clayton High, we have Delaney Eves, who is in the 12th grade, being recognized for compassion, treating others as you would like to be treated. As the great Dalai Lama said, compassion and tolerance are not a sign of weakness, but a sign of strength. With this in mind, we are honored to introduce our character student of the month, Delaney Eves. She is the true epitome of compassion and gives to others without any regret, judgment, or reservation. Delaney's legacy at Clayton High School has far exceeded many of her peers, and she has excelled in multiple leadership roles, participated in community involvement opportunities, and received several athletic accolades. Through all of her success, she has remained humble and compassionate and always takes the initiative to help others, no matter the need. She serves on the Circle of Friends Club and takes great pride in helping to build up her peers' self-esteem. Delaney has made a huge impact on Clayton High School, and she will continue to do so as she stretches her wings and soars on to new beginnings. We're excited to see how she will continue to embrace new opportunities and shine rays of compassion in places that need it most. And from Clayton Middle, we have Ainsley Suggs, who is in the 8th grade, and she is representing self-discipline, doing your best in all situations. There are many character traits that describe Ainsley Suggs, and it is Ainsley. And showing self-discipline is the one most often seen by her teachers. Ainsley is not a procrastinator. She promptly begins all assignments and projects. She pushes herself to participate in class, actively responding to her teachers, whether in person or digital. She asks clarifying questions to remove any chance of misunderstanding, and Ainsley works diligently to earn the highest marks in every class. Ainsley not only shows self-discipline in the classroom, but in her extracurricular life. She actively trains herself year-round to participate in sports and practices her band instrument almost every night. Ainsley is a student who wants to excel in all avenues of life. She knows that by challenging herself, she will succeed. And from Cooper Academy, we have Lakeith Finch, who is in the 5th grade, being recognized for his perseverance, which is working hard and not giving up. Cooper Academy is excited to recognize Lakeith Finch for demonstrating outstanding perseverance in the classroom. His teachers have noticed that his determination has excelled this school year in the virtual learning environment, and his love for learning continues to blossom. We can see a light shining in Lakeith now that is becoming brighter each day as he builds confidence in overcoming obstacles to his learning. He is taking the initiative to ask more questions and engage in classroom dialogue to gain a better understanding of the learning objectives. His determination and perseverance continues to shine through his performance in the classroom. We're extremely proud of him and excited to see what the future holds for Lakeith. From East Clayton Elementary, we have Ella Brown, who is in the 5th grade, being recognized for compassion, treating others as you would like to be treated. Ella exemplifies the character trait of compassion by treating others how she would like to be treated, and she is truly a compassionate person. She is constantly sharing her positive attitudes with peers and staff. When someone is struggling, Ella is the first to give encouragement and offer help in any way she can. She has won our East Clayton Elementary's Golden Heart Award for her exceptional behavior towards students and staff. And when new students arrive to the class, she welcomes them and looks for ways to make them feel comfortable and confident in themselves. When anyone speaks with a fixed mindset, Ella will share a positive outlook for them to help them with their growth mindset. She is an absolute joy in the classroom and in our school. She makes East Clayton Elementary a better place. From Four Oaks Elementary, we have Jamie Peyton Ennis, 5th grade, who is being recognized for courage, doing the right thing even when others do not. She was nominated for her courageous outlook on life. She loves the outdoors and is very adventurous. No matter the task put before her, she wears a smile and jumps into whatever is asked of her. In the classroom, Peyton is not afraid to speak up and ask questions to get help when needed. Even if things are difficult, she gives her all and keeps pushing while maintaining a positive attitude. She is supportive of her classmates and always offers them words of encouragement. She loves to share stories with the class and speaks with confidence and enthusiasm. She loves to share. Overall, Peyton faces all aspects of life with a humble and grateful heart. She also exhibits courage in her morals by choosing to do the right thing even when it's not the easiest. We feel that Peyton is an excellent example of courage for other students to follow. And from Four Oaks Middle School, we have Miss Maddie Benegas Ramos, who is in the 6th grade, being recognized for perseverance, which is working hard and not giving up. This year has been a trying time for students, including Maddie. However, she has demonstrated both perseverance and responsibility in developing strong work habits to make tremendous improvements in the 3rd quarter. At this time, Maddie has all A's and B's. Maddie explained her process. She says she goes to class, she completes her work, and she uses Wednesdays to complete any missing work. She pays attention in class and uses her class time wisely. She has learned to email and ask questions, and when she is absent, she works outside of school to complete missing work. She is an inspiration because she does not give up on herself, and she has demonstrated how students can persevere. She is amazingly determined and serves as a model for her peers. From Meadow School, we have Whitney Holloman, who is in the 8th grade, being recognized for her self-discipline, doing your best in all situations. Whitney Holloman is most deserving of being recognized by the Board of Education. Despite an incredibly difficult year for students, Whitney completes all assignments on time and does extra work in math. She demonstrates self-discipline daily through consistent attendance and work completion, all with a positive attitude. She does her best no matter the assignment. Not only does she exemplify self-discipline in her work, she tutors other students during class after completing her own assignments. Over the past few years, Whitney has shown tremendous academic growth as a result of her efforts and perseverance. Whitney is friendly and kind to others. Meadow School is proud to present Whitney as our student that exemplifies self-discipline. And from Powhatan Elementary, we have Dalen Blackman, who is in the 5th grade, being recognized for the character trait of respect, which is understanding that all people have value as human beings. Dalen has approached this year with confidence and determination. She embodies so many character traits that choosing one just wouldn't be fair, but no matter what the obstacle, Dalen always puts forth her best effort. She consistently participates in class and gives insightful perspective to class discussions. It is evident that Dalen answers questions that clearly shows she is thinking outside the box and takes the time to methodically reference content that exhibits her understanding. Dalen shows kindness and patience with her classmates by leading by example. She is always respectful to adults, and we are eager to see how successful she will be in her future endeavors. Powhatan thanks Dalen for allowing them the opportunity to be a part of her learning journey. At South Johnston High School, we have Anna Kate Lassiter, who is in the 12th grade and shows dependability, which is keeping your promises. Anna Kate Lassiter has an excellent work ethic and positive attitude. She is hardworking and consistently strives to improve every day. She is admired by the South Johnston staff and her peers for her work ethic and leadership skills. Anna Kate is very inclusive and makes sure everyone's voice is heard. She collaborates with her peers and does her best to include everyone. Her first response is to think of others. She is compassionate while achieving her goals. She's constantly looking out for others, especially during COVID. She is helping one mom with her 3 children's schoolwork while taking honors level and community college classes. She also started a backpack buddy program to feed students at Four Oaks Elementary. She volunteers at her church and has just received her Gold Award for Girl Scouts. She's an excellent role model through her commitment to service, her demonstration of positive behavior, and the high value she places on her academics. And finally, from West Clayton Elementary, we have Jackson Smith, who is in the 5th grade and who shows self-discipline, doing your best in all situations. Jackson Smith is a role model for his classmates and our younger students at West Clayton Elementary School. He is kind to others and treats everyone as a friend. He controls his choices, follows the rules, waits in line, and patiently waits his turn. He is polite, does not argue or complain when given instructions, and always raises his hand when asking questions. Jackson comes to school prepared with his Chromebook charged and ready, and completes all of his assignments. One of Jackson's teachers this year shares that he makes her smile. She said, "When things get a little crazy, I look at him and I am reminded why I'm here." We are thrilled to recognize Jackson Smith, not only for his self-discipline, but because he embodies good character in many ways and is so deserving. And ladies and gentlemen, those are our student character scholars for today. And now Brian Vetrano will bring you your Employees of the Month.
Actually, what we're going to do, we're close to 6 o'clock. We're about 2 minutes till. Take a small break, and then we'll start back at 6 o'clock with our public comments. Tonight, we have 9 speakers signed up for public comment. Citizens who have signed up to address the board during public comment will be called upon as they signed up and will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board suggests that specific personnel or student matters be addressed to the school principal, the Johnston County Public School System official responsible for the program or facility, or to the superintendent and are not appropriate for this setting. Tonight, our first speaker is Miss Doris Wallace.
Good evening, Dr. Bracy and board members. My name is Doris Wallace, and I am representing Johnston County chapter of NAACP, teachers and taxpayers. We thank you for having the courage to diversify the boardroom, and we thank you for diversifying leadership in our school system. We are here this evening to voice our support, the courageous decision you have made to ensure all students are receiving what they need for a successful education. The research is clear that children must see role models who look like them and receive instruction tailored to their needs. We are here to say to you that we stand with you as you do the right thing for our children. We offer our continued support of school employees who are qualified professionals working tireless to bring research-based, effective practice to improve student learning and academic growth. We appeal to this board that you continue to do the right thing for our students and serve our students with equality regardless of ability, race, socioeconomics, status, or any other defined qualities. The emphasis of equality promote fairness, justice, and inclusion, inclusion the very quality that we believe are key to a successful education. We are aware that there are those in the community who do not support or value equity in our schools. We are outraged and saddened by the public attacks on the employees of the Johnston County Public Schools. In addition, we are appalled at the hatred espoused by some in the community who have left online comments direct at both employees and policy. Please know that we are here to advocate for what is good and right for our students, and we are too watching what is happening with this board and in our schools. We ask that you do not bend to a few disgruntled community members who wish to destroy opportunity for every child. Our communities are counting on you to do what is right. Again, we are here today to support you in ensuring that Johnston County continue to move forward and not one step back. Thank you again, and my name is Doris Wallace.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Our next speaker is Ms. Carrie Bly.
Hello. I have to move fast. We don't live in Johnston County. We live in Wake County. We're here today to tell you a cautionary tale so that you don't have a Mrs. Bly or Mr. Bly created in your school district. We have a neurotypical high school student and a younger mainstream child on the spectrum in middle school now. After Wake County ramped up and implemented Open Up Resources and MVP curriculum 4 years ago, we immediately saw concerns with our children's comprehension. Our child could not complete his homework, started failing math quizzes, failing tests, retaking every single math unit in middle school most of the time without our knowledge. He almost failed courses entirely, passing them only because of the curve. This cycle resulted in him having to retake Math 1 as a high school freshman, all
with zero intervention from the school, and that's very important to remember. We have been asking for help and reasonable math learning resources for 4.5 years, stumbling through the ranks of our school and speaking at every Wake County board meeting for the past 2 years. Here are the major concerns that we've heard from parents, teachers, and students. These are not standalone curriculums. They do not provide adequate math reference material, especially for those who learn visually. Students cannot look backwards to recall math skills, and academically gifted students cannot look forward for enrichment. There is a very serious lack of practice problems in both curricula. Students cannot complete homework, parents cannot help their children. Families are having to pay $200 to $400 per month for outside tutoring as early as the 6th grade. Teachers feel the lessons are too scripted, and the pacing guides for both programs are virtually impossible. If teachers follow them to fidelity, they cannot fit the programs into a single school year, leaving zero time for remediation. And if students want to be self-motivated and try to study at home on their own, there is no way to study. There's nothing for them to try to take responsibility for their own learning comprehension. These materials are a significant challenge for EL students because there are too many words all the time. So your English language learners will be sink or swim. Special education students like my own get hopelessly lost, especially ones with cognitive or sensory components, because they can't handle the noise and the chaos of peer groups and 30 kids speaking at the same time every single day, and they can't learn from disorganized materials. Teachers want to use the modules that they like, and they think it should be one tool out of many, but they do not like feeling like robots. And the children who don't learn in this program the way you want them to feel stupid and give up. You need to be very transparent with the fine print. These are discovery-based math programs, and that means most of the content is delivered verbally in a classroom setting. And if you are not in class on a particular day, you do not get the math content for that day. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it.
Thank you, Mrs. Bly.
Thank you.
Ms. Block, can I have your speech?
Well, my husband's going to come finish it for me. And
Yeah.
these are the surveys from parents in Wake County that I've.
Next, we have Mr. Peter Bly.
Can't see the smile under the mask. These are discovery-based math learning programs. That means most of the math content is delivered verbally in a classroom setting and in peer learning groups. If you're not in class on a particular day, students do not get math content for that day, period, full stop. There is no backup plan. All you have at this point is a student left with only a workbook full of resources and no real reference to show them how to do any of the math. Right from the start, Open Up and MVP tell you that they do not contain math content. These curriculums are made up of long, wordy math problems composed of examples of conceptual understanding opportunities. All other math content is up to you as a district to create. The main advice we still get when we ask for help, even in upper-level high school classes, is Google it. So why are so many districts in NC adopting Open Up resources and MVP and asking teachers to follow them to fidelity? Having seen this same scenario play out dozens of times in other school districts, the problem that school districts are trying to solve is how to get teachers to teach Common Core standards effectively. The problem that we parents are trying to solve is how to teach our children basic math skills effectively, which requires our school districts to put tangible math learning resources in front of our secondary students. There seems to be a very big distinction between the two. And if your diagnosis is wrong, then you're not treating the right problem. Here is the quickest history. When North Carolina adopted the Common Core state standards, it was a premature decision. There were no curriculums at that time to help teachers or students reach that destination. If necessity is the mother of invention, they expected curriculum developers and teachers to get their tails moving, hurry up, and create Common Core aligned resources. That initiative has taken longer than expected. Open Up Resources was created by Will McCollum, an author of the Common Core standards, through his company of illustrative mathematics. MVP was written specifically to align to the CCSS standards and the Integrated Math Pathway, sponsored by the Utah State Board of Education Initiative. It was authored by 5 people. I'm going to cut through some of this because I'm going to run out of time. So, these programs sell you on the idea of productive struggle as a necessary aspect of learning math, but there's no safety net put in place, no way to identify when that struggle stops being productive and starts to be a sign of a very serious lack of math comprehension for a student. I know my kids are good, or I know my kids' teachers are good. I know the WCPSS staff is made up of some pretty smart people, and I'm sure your teachers and staff are excellent as well. But we urge you to please listen to us and learn from the mistakes of the other districts implementing these curriculums. That circles back to our main, this is important enough to us that we came to your board meeting today to speak with you. We hope your students' well-being is important enough to you to ask a few more questions about these programs before making your final decision.
Thank you, Mr. Belay. Our next public comment is from Ms. Kara Chester.
Hi, my name is Kara Chester. I'm a parent in Johnston County. Politics is a hot topic these days, and I've seen firsthand cases where teachers are putting their own political views into the classroom, and when students have different political views than their teachers, they're being felt left out, and that decreases their confidence. I know right now in the North Carolina Senate, they're talking about Senate Bill number 700. If that passes, I would just like to know what you guys are going to do to ensure that politics stays out of the classroom. I've seen it happen in math class, in science classes, in English classes. I don't feel that politics belongs in the classroom. Maybe in history, but in those classes, it's all one-sided. Politics needs to be taught from both sides, Republican and Democrat. And when my child feels her confidence is less because her views are different from her teachers. And I just don't want that to happen anymore. I guess that's all I have to say, so I'll end my time.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
At this time, Mr. Reverend O'Neill.
Good evening, Honorable Chairman Todd Sutton, distinguished members of the Johnston County Board of Education, and Superintendent Dr. Eric Bracey. I am the Reverend Dr. Robert O'Neill. This is one of the most delightful appearances that I have had before you, and I'm appreciative of it. I stand on behalf of the Johnston County Education Summit, of which I'm a member. The summit is an informal think tank focused on student development and educational achievement in Johnston County, and whose members include clergy, business, and civic leaders, along with the two former members of the Johnston County Board of Education. Let me share with you what we consider to be achievements or gains of the Johnston County Public Schools. Number one, the presence of African Americans in the superintendent's cabinet. Number two, the promotion of an African American to a principalship at a traditional high school, not just an alternative school. And thirdly, the historical appointment of an African American as superintendent of the Johnston County Schools. And fourth and last, the appointment of an African American to sit on the Board of Education. In plain English, more than symbolic gestures, these appointments speak to a commitment to foster learning and equitable achievement for every student on the part of our school system. For it is a fact that when those who are in the presence of young people who look like them, these people foster success, and it happens. Yes, I bring to you a positive image of applause for your students. Furthermore, against the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic, these successes occurred. You have renewed our belief in the school system's mission to empower every student and to enrich their lives through their educational experience. We pay homage to you, for clearly this happened on your watch. We never anticipated, believe me, in our immediate vision, the appointment of an African American superintendent At best, we were hoping to retain an African American in the superintendent's cabinet and procure an African American principal at one of the traditional high schools. And yet, let's face it, for Johnston County, that was ambitious. Yet all these things have come to pass. This is a win for all students. And we recognize your achievements, not just for an African American, for African Americans, but for all children K through 12. We implore you to ensure that our students every day are met with the best resources. Your achievements are beginning to align with the vision that we offered to you. And we recognize that marginalization of African Americans professionals in our school system was not so much the system as the folk running the system. Please keep in mind the fact that the system and its integrity are at your mercy. You have established an African American in charge of the system. We ask that you continue to respect his right to...
Mr. O'Neill.
Yes.
Sorry, your time is up. I apologize. Thank you for coming out tonight.
We pay homage to you. Thank you for what you're doing.
Yes, sir. Next, we have Miss Michelle Antoine. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I appreciate that. I appreciate all you do for the schools, sincerely. I wish Albert the very best on the board. I think he has the right heart for this job. On July 20th of 2020 on ABC 11, Crystal Roberts, representing the Johnston County Schools, stated, "We've always acknowledged we need additional teachers of color, but we are now laser focused on it. And that's why we have an equity department." The Johnston County Schools Policy Code 5000, Equal Employment Opportunities, states, "It's the policy of the Johnston County Board of Education to provide equal opportunities for employment and compensation for all persons without regard to race, color, gender, age, etc. All candidates will be evaluated on their merits and qualifications for positions." That's based on Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It is wrong to discriminate against Black people. It's wrong to discriminate against any people in hiring. I would ask that you please hire the best person for the job, no matter what it be in our school system. I appreciate you listening to me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Antoine. At this time, call on Mr. Sonny Searles.
Good evening. I'm Sonny Searles from the Meta community, and I'm here tonight because my heart breaks for what's going on in our country. There are forces and people that are trying to divide us. We don't know their names, but I think I can tell you where they're from. They're not from God. They are trying to divide us. Charles Barkley put it very well about a week ago when he said, these forces are trying to divide blacks and whites as they seek to destroy this country. And it just breaks my heart to see this going on, so many people falling for this. I'm praying to God that he will have mercy on us, but I'm not sure he will, because we deserve everything that's coming our way. When I see what's going on with these forces, I see that they own the media. They own social media. And if you only watch the news from the mainstream media, you won't hear about this. It's not a problem. But I have seen so much that is going on that is actually tearing us apart. And I'm telling you, it breaks my heart. There should be none of this to where we're divided between black and white. That's primarily what it is now. Our fight is not amongst ourselves. Our fight is against good and evil. And I urge you to be careful and watch what's coming into our school system. Do not allow critical race theory to come into our school. That will teach hatred. It will divide us even more. When I was in high school, we started desegregation 60-some years ago. And look where we are today. This fight has been going on way too long. There are too many race hustlers that are trying to keep us torn apart. I urge you to work on opportunity for everyone. And it breaks my heart to think that there are going to be some black children that are going to hear this critical race theory and say, there's no way I can succeed because of that white man. I'm tired of being called racist. I'm tired of everything being blamed on racism. I think the school board needs to urge opportunity, if we've heard people talk. Everybody should have opportunity, but you cannot have equal outcomes. I wanted to be a great basketball player. I did not have the talent, and the coach finally told me. So please, no critical race theory in Johnston County.
Thank you, Mr. Searles. Next, we have Mr. Richard Wall.
Good evening. My name is Richard Wall, and I'm a parent of a Cleveland High School student. At the January 12th board meeting, I watched with interest the presentations about the Math K-12 core curriculum adoption update. As you know, having a strong foundation in math is essential for all students' future career choices. Not only STEM fields, but almost all professions require some level of math proficiency. We can all agree that picking the right math curriculum is extremely important for Johnston County students, teachers, and parents. When the presentation listed the options under consideration, one of them jumped out at me with great alarm. Open Up Mathematics Vision Project, or MVP. I first became familiar with this vendor a few years ago when about 200 students at Green Hope High School in Cary staged a walkout to protest the MVP curriculum being taught in their school. As I read the news coverage about these students and their parents' attempts to get the Wake County Public Schools to listen to their concerns, I worried that this curriculum might one day come to Johnston County. My fears are now on the edge of being realized with MVP on the list of curriculums under consideration. Now, I don't know what the Chief Academic Officer will be presenting later in the evening about the results of their pilot, but I pray the recommendation is not Open Up MVP. You know, I watched as frustrated parents voiced their protest at almost every school board meeting, eventually gaining the attention of local news media outlets. One parent was even hit with a slap lawsuit from MVP because of his protests. It was heartbreaking reading the parents' posts on Facebook about asking for help and resources and tutoring recommendations. Most of the posts were the same story about how their kids went from being math lovers to math haters just because of MVP. So why did Wake County, one of the largest and wealthiest districts in the state, go this route? Simple. It was cheap. They thought this open source workbook style material would solve their problem of finding a curriculum that met Common Core math requirements. Let's not make that same mistake. We've seen phenomenal growth over the past 20 years, and with that growth there is an expectation that the board will do what is needed to meet the educational needs of our children. Let's not get lured into some trendy math experiment that is gift wrapped with controversy. Let's pick a curriculum that helps students of all academic levels, and most of all, as a parent, please select a curriculum that allows us to once again help our kids with math and doesn't require costly tutoring or late night math Googling or creates protesting parents. I'll close with this. I once asked my boss, who's a cycling enthusiast, what helmet he would recommend for someone just starting to get back into bike riding. I said, Walmart has a bunch of helmets for about $10, and I don't know which one to pick. He said, well, if you have a $10 head, then buy a $10 helmet. Our children's heads are precious and valuable, so let's be bold and not select the cheap math option, but the best option for Johnston County's children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Our last public comment tonight is from Ms. Ann Mitchner.
Good evening, everyone. This is my first time being before the board, but I'm pleased to be here. I'm pleased to let you know that I am part of your school system. I retired from IBM in 2005, and I joined substituting. I never thought that I would love to teach children, high schoolers, the way I do. I'm at West Johnston High School. I haven't been there this year because of COVID. I've suffered from cancer. I suffered from double pneumonia. I suffered from diverticulitis. I had been in the hospital twice, but still, for the love of the children, I'm still here. And my important issues I want to tell you tonight is, out of all the things that people have said, I graduated in 1970 at Clayton High. It was the first year that it was mandatory that the schools integrate. I went through all kinds of adverse situations, but there's one thing that succumbed it all. I learned to love people no matter what color they are. And that's the way I feel like our teachers and our children, and that's what I try to instill at the children at West. Don't be taken over by adversity. You can rise above it. Love what you come here to do. You come to get an education, no matter what color the teacher is. If that teacher has the skills that those children do, they need, hire them. It does not matter what color you are. I had good white teachers. I had good black teachers. But the ones I want to say that were good were the ones that wanted to get involved, that know why I couldn't succeed at what I wanted to. Teachers must get involved with children. They can't be there for the money. They got to be there for the love of education. Our children need to be educated. They need to be educated. I notice high schoolers that can't tell time with a Roman number clock. I've met children that can't sign their name. They can print it, but they can't sign it. I met children that can't count money back. If the register said, give me $2.33 out of a $5 bill, I cannot count it back to make a $5 bill. This is heartbreaking. Our children are suffering for the lack of knowledge. And I urge the county, when you hire teachers, I don't care about the color, hire them because they want to do what you're hiring them to do. If you don't love math, then don't teach math because you got a master's degree and it pays X numbers of dollars. That won't teach our children. I want you to hire English teacher because they won't pick on a child that still has Ebonics because somewhere along the line they didn't learn the proper English. Teach them the proper English. I don't want you to hire somebody that does not love science, that can't go back and relate everything together and can't tell me how my genes and chromosomes and all of that stuff play a factor in who I am. Pay them to teach the children. Teach them to love the children. If they don't love them, if they can't communicate with them, and they don't care about them, then they shouldn't be in the school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchner. That concludes our public comment for tonight. We appreciate all of our public comments. Thank you. At this time, I'll call Mr. Brian Vetrano.
Thank you. As you know, we have thousands of employees in Johnston County Public Schools, and while it would be challenging to bring them all here, I'm pleased that we always set aside a few minutes to recognize some of our outstanding individuals who are sometimes behind the scenes but doing wonderful things. Here with me now, we have Ms. Hadley Lee. She is our Classified Employee of the Month. She serves as the Family and Community Engagement Liaison at South Smithfield Elementary and West Smithfield Elementary, and was nominated by Ms. Danielle Simmerman at West Smithfield. And she had wonderful things to say about Ms. Lee, and I'd like to share those with you now. Ms. Simmerman shares that Ms. Lee is such an asset to our school and our district. She has true grit and true dedication to our community. She works effortlessly to make sure the needs of our community are met daily. She always has a smile and positive attitude. There isn't anything Mrs. Lee will not do. She works on behalf of the whole feeder pattern. She works with our high school, middle school, and elementary schools to meet the needs of the community. Since COVID, she has worked with the district to get students hotspots and Chromebooks. She's even gone to daycares to assist to ensure that students are connected. She works with all staff to meet the needs of students. She offers many ideas to staff to stay connected with our school family. She even calls virtual families just to check in and see if she can do anything to help the family. Ms. Lee, sounds like you are making a big difference, and we appreciate everything you do. Congratulations for being our Classified Employee of the Month. And as I shared with you, we have a few goodies for you.
Thank you very much.
So thank you so much. Appreciate all you do.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, for everything you do.
Should be Mr. Cordera. Yes, sir. Mr. Cordera Harper is a teacher at Cleveland High School, and he was nominated by Miss Gloria Miranda. She shares that Mr. Harper goes above and beyond in his position at his school and the greater community. Mr. Harper is a champion of inspiration to many in which he serves in leadership roles at the school. He presents at local and national conferences, and he provides his students and everyone he meets with knowledge, empathy, and passion. Mr. Harper connects his school with resources that ensure students have ample opportunities to learn the music education. Recently, he received a grant for the purchase of risers, facilitated the securing of a donated piano to the program. He has also attempted to bring local artists into the classroom. Mr. Harper is an administrative intern, so he has to balance his courses, job duties, in addition to his internship duties. Mr. Harper, we sincerely appreciate all that you do at Cleveland High School. Congratulations on being our Certified Employee of the Month. And as we were talking in the hallway, Mr. Harper, I believe you shared with me that you came from Craven County. So we were glad to steal you from them. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening again, and we'll complete our special recognitions. We are now at the North Carolina Governor School and State Scholarship recipients, and I think all of you are very familiar with these particular honors. This district is sending 6 of its best and brightest students to the prestigious Governor School of North Carolina. So the program, which is open to rising seniors, is located on 2 campuses, Governor School West at Salem College in Winston-Salem and Governor School East at Meredith College in Raleigh. The names of the selected students, along with their areas of concentration and their high schools, are as follows. Atalia McDowell from Corinth Holders High School, Natural Science, who will be attending Governor School East, Santiago Cabascango, Cleveland High School, who will be studying instrumental music at West, Jonathan Skinner from CTLA, who will be studying instrumental music at East, Noah Hennett from Princeton High, studying instrumental music at East, Cameron Barefoot from Smithfield-Selma High, Social Science, East, Kyle Parker from South Johnston High, who will be studying instrumental at Governor School East. Now, this has traditionally been a 5-week summer residential program, and the format will be determined for our students based on the ongoing pandemic. And the way that they come to be scholars at the Governor's School is that principals, school counselors, and teachers nominate applicants and send their names to the superintendent. A district committee then determines which of the school nominees will be sent for final selection at the state level, and there are 10 curriculum areas. We'd also like for you to know of 3 of our students who have earned prestigious scholarships. Each high school in Johnston County is allotted a specific number of nomination opportunities for these prestigious scholarships, and those scholarships are awarded at UNCH, UNCC, NCSU, North Carolina A&T, ECU, etc. And only the most competitive and impressive nominees are chosen from each school. Becoming a finalist is a major accomplishment. So we have 3 students who have earned the Moorhead Cane, the Parks, and the Levine Scholars Awards. Maya Lowry from Cleveland High has earned the Parks Scholarship. Jamie Williford from Cleveland High has earned the Levine Scholarship. And Taryn Neal from Corinth Holders High School, the Moorhead Cane. Now, just in case you're not familiar with Levine, that particular scholars program is based at UNC Charlotte and enrolls just 20 students annually, and we have one of them. It provides them with the tools, resources, and community they need to prepare for lives of visionary leadership and positive social impact. So we want to recognize these students and say congratulations to them. Our next recognition are our National Board Certified National Teachers. This is a rigorous, multi-year process of self-reflection and growth sponsored by the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. Now, the mission of this organization is to advance student learning and achievement by establishing the definitive standards and systems for certifying accomplished educators. Each year, many teachers complete the process, but less than 50% are successful in earning the credential. The National Board recently announced these names as newly certified National Board teachers. We have Matthew Barnhill, Francis Clark, Melissa Graham, Melissa Haichu, Carla Johnson, Kirsten Lamb, Ashley Scheiss, Madison Simerson, and Heather Thompson. And we do have a little bit of information about them. And I did want to defer to our superintendent, Dr. Bracy. Did you want to say anything about these teachers?
I'll do the student leaders. You go ahead
Yes,
and take
sir.
care of these folks.
All right. So just want to tell you just a little bit about the teachers who have earned this particular achievement. Matthew Barnhill has been teaching for the last 7 years at Corinth Holders High, and he's been teaching for 9 years. Fran Clark has been teaching for 17 years and has been teaching for the last 7 years at West Johnston. Melissa Graham from South Smithfield Elementary has been teaching for the last 3 years at South Smithfield, and she started in 2007. Melissa Haichu from Corinth Holders Elementary has taught for 13 years, the last 12 of them at Corinth Holders Elementary School. Carla Johnson from Pine Level Elementary teaches 2nd grade, and she has been teaching for 21 years, 6 years at Selma Elementary teaching 1st grade, but she's been teaching the last 15 years at Pine Level Elementary. Kirsten Lamb at Four Oaks Elementary has had 5 years of teaching experience and has been teaching those 5 years at Four Oaks Elementary. Ashley Scheiss at East Clayton Elementary has been teaching for 5 years at East Clayton Elementary. Madison Simerson from Four Oaks Elementary, 5 years as well, teaching the last 5 years at Four Oaks. And Heather Thompson has taught for 26 years in early elementary, teaching the last 3 years at East Clayton. So we salute our new National Board certified teachers. Congratulations. We'd also like to just introduce to you and let you know that our student leaders meetings are continuing to happen with our superintendent, Dr. Bracy. Dr. Bracy?
Board members, Mr. Chair, just want to thank these students for just great being around them this year, and just I want to thank them for the wonderful feedback that they provided us as we sat here and had conversations with them. It's always a unique perspective when you hear directly from your students. What I've always enjoyed about students, they're going to tell you what's on their mind. And these students, both groups, really gave me a great understanding of what's happening about virtual learning from a student perspective. And I'm just so thankful for their candor and their feedback that they gave us. Of course, we thank Dr. Carolyn Ennis for putting this together for us as a school system, but I want to commend all of these students for getting to this point in their careers. They have wonderful futures ahead of them. They're going to some great universities as well, but I'm certainly thankful for their candor and their feedback during this process. Just really gave me a great understanding from a student perspective about what they were going through as far as virtual learning is concerned. They were able to articulate to me why some students would prefer to be in a virtual environment versus coming back. And they've been very prophetic in that, because they told me not many would come back from the high school level when we came back to Plan A, and they have been pretty accurate about that, those of us who have seen those numbers. So I'm just thankful for them. It was an honor of mine to meet them. And what's so cool about it, when you meet directly with your students, it's always good to see them when you go out to a ball game or when you walk through a school, because I've always been good with names and faces, and I'm thankful that they remember who I was. So again, thank you for all of our students, those that are listening and watching us tonight, and just thank you for your feedback. Really appreciate it.
At this time, our advisory appointments, we have 2 tonight.
Mr. Sutton?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I am so sorry, but I did want to have you save the date, and I believe that all of you have received an invitation to the Flame for Learning event, and we just do want you to glimpse the 21 semifinalists who will be recognized and honored at the luncheon, and there will be a Facebook Live event to actually name our Teacher of the Year. So we just wanted you to know about that. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you.
We do have 2 advisory appointments tonight. Our first one is from Four Oaks Middle School. I'll call on Vice Chair Sessoms.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Four Oaks Middle School Principal, Mr. Anthony Whitaker, has recommended a parent who wishes to be a member of the Students Advisory Council. This parent, Alejandra Aguilar Frere, has been approved by the principal and fellow advisory council members to join the school advisory council team as a new member. She is not replacing an outgoing advisory member. With the board's approval, Alejandra Aguilar Frere is being recommended to serve on the Four Oaks Middle School Advisory Council for a 3-year term, 2021 to 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Sessoms. I'll let that stand as a motion. At this time, I'll call on Mr. Al Byrd to present the advisory council members' recommendation for Riverdale Elementary.
Mr. Chairman, Riverdale Elementary Principal Chad Jewett, who's now at Thanksgiving Elementary, has 4 vacancies on this advisory council. We thank the former members Michelle Evans, Myron Speld, and Michelle Grisland for their prior service on the advisory committee. Principal Jewett and his fellow advisory council members wish to appoint 4 new members. With the board's approval, I recommend the following new members to serve on Riverdale Elementary's advisory council: Vicki Andrews, Timothy Fallon, Jenna McKeel, and Sharon Turner. Each new member will serve a 3-year term from 2021 to 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. I'll let that stand as a second. At this time, we'll do a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Wooten. Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, I'll call on Dr. Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I ask that the board approve consent items 9A1A through 9A1E.
Motion by Mr. Carroll. Second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call with Mr. Wooten. It's 9.
1A through 9A1E. Remember, we moved those two?
Right, okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
Miss Andrews.
Yes.
Miss Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, we'll call on Miss Leathers.
Good evening. Yes, I am pleased to share that we celebrate Johnston County Public Schools seniors this year with a traditional graduation and senior proms. High school principals and their teams are planning to hold traditional graduation ceremonies on campus for seniors on May 28th, and families will also have the opportunity to opt for a personalized graduation ceremony on June 1st. Prom will be held at indoor-outdoor events as well. And of course, we will follow all Governor Cooper's guidelines and CDC recommendations. I'll briefly outline each high school's plan for graduation and prom. So at Clayton High School, again, all graduations will be May 28th at their schools, and then they'll have their drive-in graduation on June 1st, and then prom will be at Clayton High School on May 7th. Cleveland High School, same as May 28th and June 1st for their personalized and traditional ceremonies, and prom for Cleveland High School will be at the Farm at 42 on May 1st. Corinth holders, same graduation dates, prom, the Farm at 95 on April 30th. CTLA will join prom with Triple S. They extended the invitation, so we're excited about that on April 16th at the Farm at 42, and their graduation will be at Innovation Academy on May 15th. Johnston County Early College Academy also took the prom invitation from Triple S, so they'll be joining them at the Farm at 42 on April 16th, and their personalized graduation ceremony will be Friday, May 14th at Selma Elementary School. North Johnston, same dates as the other traditional high schools, and then their prom will be at the Farm at 95 on May 8th. Princeton will have the same graduation, and then their prom will be at the Walnut Creek Country Club on April 17th. Then we have Smithfield Selma High School, which we already said, their prom date's April 16th at the Farm at 42, same graduation dates. South Johnston High School, the Barn at Broad Slab, and April 23rd for their prom, same graduation dates. West Johnston, the Barn at Broad Slab, April 29th, and same graduation dates. You'll notice that sometimes on the drive-through celebrations, it said to be determined, and that's because at this point, principals are surveying their families to see whether they want the traditional or the drive-through personalized. So they'll decide whether they need 2 traditional ceremonies or more time for the actual drive-through. Again, we're super excited to have these plans for our seniors in the class of 2021. Any questions or comments?
But both schools, I mean, all the schools offer both the graduation, so that it's just a matter of finding out who wants to
Yes, ma'am.
go to which one.
Mm-hmm.
And are there limits on the numbers? There's a limit on the number who can come to the graduation?
So each school will decide that based on the number of students who decide they were going to do traditional.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So then they'll give the tickets out based on that number.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's a good day that the students are going to be able to have their annual ceremony, so we are happy for that and glad for them.
Awesome. We're excited as well. Yeah. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Dr. Pierce.
Good evening, Chairman Sutton, Lady Vice Chair, Ms. Sessoms, and members of the board, and Dr. Bracey. Tonight, I bring you a board exhibit on JCPS Virtual Academy. I must say before we even get started, this is more of a logistical request than it is to give you details. And so Johnston County Public Schools conducted a parent survey which indicated interest in a K-12 virtual academy for the 21-22 school year. We are encouraged by the virtual participation we have observed during the pandemic, and we see benefits to offering this as an option to parents moving forward. The opportunity to recruit dual-enrolled students to attend Johnston County Public Schools is also a potential benefit of a virtual academy. With your approval, more details will be shared on the virtual academy in the coming months. We did request and were approved a school number for our virtual academy, and so our recommendation is that we are requesting your approval to accept the school number from North Carolina Department of Public Instruction for Johnston County Public Schools to have a K-12 virtual academy for the 2021-22 school year.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson,
Second.
second by Ms. Sessoms. Any questions or comments?
Dr. Bracy, because this has a school number, would it also require a principal or someone to oversee that school? How does that work?
There will be someone that oversees just that school, yes, ma'am.
Okay, it would be though someone with the credentials of a principal?
Yes.
So that would be an additional position, obviously, that we would have, which
Yes.
would be necessary.
Yes.
And Dr. Pierce, refresh my memory on, I know you've surveyed, what does it look like in terms of student interest?
So when we did the surveys, if you remember, Dr. Bracy shared at the joint session, there was approximately 5,800 respondents, and I think it had an interest of those 5,800, which is a small sampling. I think we had about 31% or so that said that they would want virtual. We're currently, understanding it's the pandemic, we currently have about 13,400 students that are virtual in our system as we speak now. We had about 14,500 before we transitioned, and now it's about 13,400.
And just to reiterate, this is for parents who voluntarily want to send their children or to attend
Yes.
as an option.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Bracy, this is also a good option for our homeschoolers in Johnston County as well. If they want to play sports at their home school, they would have that opportunity as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's not just sports, it's band and other extracurricular activities.
Yes.
This is probably jumping the gun, but would there be a cap on how many students we could have?
That could be possible.
Okay.
The details of this, anything could be possible. I know we're exploring lots of options from curriculum to platforms to next steps. So there's a lot of things that have to be hashed out.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. And this time I'll do a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Johnson.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Carroll. Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, we'll bring Dr. King in.
Okay. There he is. I will ask Stephen to come in.
Welcome, Dr. King.
Thank you. I see that I'm quite a popular person this evening. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Quite a bit.
That's right.
And I pray that I don't disappoint. Board members, good afternoon, and thank you in advance for your time this evening. We will be asking you for a good bit of it for a few items. Beginning in June of 2020, the Johnston County Public Schools CIA Department has been engaged in a rigorous process to select new mathematics textbooks and related materials for the school system. In January, a presentation was made to this board outlining in great detail that process. We will not repeat that presentation tonight, but it is important to share that this process has been thorough and has offered opportunities for our valued stakeholders to review the various products and materials in order to inform the important decisions in this process. Specifically, this process has included product demonstrations by various vendors, a vendor fair for teachers, administrators, and community members, and opportunities for Johnston County Public School teachers to receive PD and conduct pilot instruction using the materials under consideration. After a great deal of work and objective evaluation, this process has reached its end, and this evening, Ms. Leanne Daughtry, our Director of Curriculum, will share with the board and the community the decision that has been made and answer the board's questions about our new textbook adoption. Following Ms. Daughtry's presentation, I will return to share financial details about this proposed purchase.
Thank you, Dr. King. I appreciate the opportunity to get to provide an update to you regarding the math curriculum process and our recommendation. So, as you know, the North Carolina School Board adopts the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. The school districts adopt curriculum that aligns with that standard course of study. On this slide, you see how the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, MTSS, the multi-tier system of support, defines core curriculum. The instructional programs, text lessons, and mapping delivered to all students. Currently, we do not have a mathematics Tier 1 core curriculum. That's what we're, oh. Our goals from the Guaranteed and Viable Curriculum District Improvement Committee were set last year to adopt.
If you're comfortable, you can take that mask off.
Okay. To adopt a kindergarten through Math 4 curriculum. That would span from kindergarten through high school courses based on research-based criteria, which included our rubric that I shared with you last time, and that best meets the needs of Johnston County Public School students and teachers. Our goal was also to have a 5-year curriculum adoption. This is the beginning of the process that Dr. King outlined when he talked about the criteria and the decision analysis. So if you look over here on the left, you see the criteria that were a part of this decision. Obviously, meeting the non-negotiables of our rubric, attainable professional development, which we discussed a little bit last time about how crucial that is to implementation of a curriculum, to support teachers as they're learning a new curriculum, as they support students that are learning. We do have schools that have dual language, as you know, so it was important that we have dual language support and materials. Teacher feedback, including teachers who reviewed materials, attended those vendor fairs that Dr. King mentioned, attended lead teacher meetings with me where they could ask questions, the Teacher Advisory Council, in addition to teachers who elected to pilot the unit. Their feedback was very important to us as we wanted to know what they were interested in the curriculum, what questions they had. They had opportunities to ask questions and get feedback about that. Differentiation, obviously we have diverse learners in Johnston County Public Schools, and so it's important that a core curriculum, since it is delivered to all students, have accommodations or suggestions for teachers to modify to meet students who might be already know some of the content. So to ask higher level questions, as well as ideas for scaffolds for students who need access to enter into that core curriculum. We looked at the assessments. It's important as we think about a core curriculum that we don't just wait until we get to the end of a unit, that's called summative assessment, to know how students are doing, that we have quick checks and ways for teachers to see where students are in the learning trajectory throughout the unit. And so the assessment process was very important to us. And then as well as you guys know, digital resources, being robust, especially in our current environment, that was something that became more important as this process from the beginning to the end of the fruition of that. Based on that decision analysis and all the criteria, I'm here to recommend Envision Mathematics from SAVIS as our core curriculum for kindergarten through Math 3. The decision analysis, this was the curriculum that had the highest score in all 3 grade bands. So we looked at them separately, elementary, middle, and high, and this was the one that had highest for all 3. It also was the only curriculum option that we looked at that had that cohesiveness from kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school. So that curriculum option and that cohesion was important for us. It offers that vertical alignment for kindergarten through North Carolina Math 3. So in North Carolina, because we don't use the Common Core state standards, we use the North Carolina Standard Course of Study for Mathematics. North Carolina groups those standards into what they call Math 1, North Carolina Math 1, North Carolina Math 2, North Carolina Math 3, and this current year was the first year for North Carolina Math 4. Envision Mathematics does not currently offer a North Carolina Math 4 curriculum, so our team will support teachers who teach that new course with additional curriculum materials until we can find one that aligns with what we need. We did look for options for that and had focus group with Math 4 teachers, and at this time they said, what we're doing with some extra support, we can continue to do that until we can find something that meets the needs of that newest course. So we also had that, for the decision analysis, we're looking very closely for conceptual mathematics understanding. We don't want students who just can do mathematics. We want students who can understand mathematics, who can apply what they're learning outside of that classroom into their real world, into their lives, beyond graduation, beyond the mathematics course, and being able to apply it to their lives. So this curriculum offers that by allowing kids to have models, visualizations. In the elementary schools, it looks like physical models that students can touch and relate to mathematics. Projects, tasks, where students can learn a little bit about something and really think and question, because the world that our students are going to live in is those routine, the answers aren't always going to be there. So we have to give students challenges, but also to teach them and support them as they're learning how to question and how to learn and think mathematically. And again, that differentiated learning piece is very important to meet the needs of all of our students. When I talk about the conceptual understanding, this is the way that the SAVIS curriculum is organized. Problem-based learning, so it starts with a problem, a real-world kind of application. The quotes that you see are from teachers in our district who reviewed the materials or who actually piloted and taught a unit from Envision. You can see comments that they like the layout and the progression, that it seemed to make sense, that as we move into the visual learning, the videos that were provided for students, for everyone to watch, and then for additional help, seemed to be a real positive from our teachers who piloted that, those units. And then they also noted, non-pilot teachers noted that there was a clear focus, which is very important when you're thinking about mathematics, that there's a clear mathematical goal, that everyone understands what the goal is and is working toward that. We don't want students who are solving math and not understanding what they're doing, not being able to apply that to a real-world situation. So as we think about this type of learning, we also have to think about our English language learners. What kind of support is offered from the curriculum for students who are learning language? Now, there's current research out there that all students are math language learners because there's vocabulary that's only used in a mathematics classroom. So there's that, but then there's also what support is offered, what examples are offered, what visuals are offered for students who are learning the English language in addition to that mathematical language. You can see that one of our pilot teachers noted that they really liked the glossary that had English and Spanish definitions and a picture to go with it. So it really was meeting the needs of students when they didn't understand a term, they could use that. You can also see comments about real life scenarios, how they were relating math to something that they could understand. And then the scaffolding that it provides. So what kind of support does it offer to differentiate for students? When we think about mathematical modeling, these are key components of the SAVIS curriculum, and quotes that our teachers really loved the interactive work text, specifically in a virtual environment, where a student could display their page and actually interact with it on the screen, and a teacher could see how they were learning, how they were working out a problem. The 3-act task seemed to be a real teachers seem to be really in favor of that. That's kind of out there in the math world. That's a real popular thing right now, where you present a problem in 3 different chunks. So the first thing is to, like I said, pique that curiosity, get them interested in something so that they're asking questions, then provide them with the answers to those questions, the information that they will use in the 3rd act to solve. At that point, the 3rd act is kind of anticlimactic because they're so interested in what they're doing that they already are, they know the answer, they just want to keep asking. I know that you guys have access to the presentation. There is a link there if you're interested in seeing some of those 3-act tasks. I'd love to do one with you at some point. I plan on doing some tomorrow, actually, with some of our math lead teachers in professional development. Tomorrow with math teacher leaders. So every principal has identified 2 math teachers who will be attending professional development with me. It's going to be online, but it's live. And we will be doing that tomorrow all day. They're in an hour chunk, and then they'll attend with me, and then they'll go and do some exploration on their own, and then 2 weeks later we'll do a follow-up, a debrief. I do plan to participate in that professional development and carry that on throughout the year. We're starting with those teachers that have been identified as teacher leaders right now. We'll be offering summer sessions this summer, optional, of course, and then in the fall we will be doing professional development with all Johnston County Public School math teachers. That's key for implementation, for teachers to understand what they're doing, to understand the curriculum. There are a lot of components to this. When you think about digital components, you think about different workbooks, it has been a long time since we've had a curriculum that is there, that we have to, we have slides now. We didn't have slides back in the past when we had a math curriculum. So supporting teachers as learners is very important for the success of students as well. So that we will be starting as early as tomorrow with that professional development. And that's not necessarily specific to just a math curriculum. We'll be talking about the research behind the mathematics. What does it mean to be a mathematical thinker and learner, and developing a cohort of teacher leaders that will support boots on the ground at a school level. That's very important, that there's somebody there in a PLC, in a professional learning community, in a grade level meeting, when they're talking about questions that they have as they're planning a unit, that someone can say, oh yeah, we talked about that. Here, let me help you find that. That's where this is. In addition to the support that we will be offering throughout the year. You can see with our secondary teachers, the Desmos component was very, there was a lot of positive comments about that. Desmos is a computerized program that allows kids to see mathematics. With a model, you can see here there's a student shooting a basketball, and it overlays a graph so they can look at the trajectory of that to see what's happening. So it provides that technology tool to bring that mathematics to those real world situations. Very positive feedback from that. We have a lot of teachers who are already using Desmos on their own with their program, with their tasks that they are creating. This is already there in the task that will be in the book, so that teachers are not having to go and find these tasks or create these tasks. They are provided for them with the tools that they need. This is another example of modeling. So when we think about bridging, like I said, a lot of elementary students, or when we're learning new concepts, we start with manipulatives, where physical materials that students can count with and manipulate. But we don't want to stay there in that physical world. We want to transfer that over to paper, pencil, math. There's a progression for doing that. This slide represents that representational phase of that. So instead of those physical counters in front of them, there's a drawing of counters, and students are making connections to the model and the representation and the numbers. So there's able to make that connection to shift. You can see that our teachers, one of our non-pilot teachers, so one who reviewed the material at the school, said that they really liked that the questions that were provided for teachers to ask had different levels. The depth of knowledge level was there, so that as I'm walking around and I'm thinking about my math learners in my classroom, I'm thinking about which students need which type of question, which ones, and how can I scaffold that discussion and build for my most concrete thinker, but still challenge my most abstract thinker. That's very important for teachers to be able to have that there in front of them. A lot of our teachers are doing that every day, but having that there in the text for teachers is a game changer. They can focus on the instruction versus creating that question. And then the online tools they noted was a great asset. There are, like I said, you have links to the slides. There are some videos that will give you a little bit more information about Envision Mathematics if you are interested. There's an interactive tour of the materials that are linked there for elementary, middle, and high. And, oh, I knew that was going to happen. I also linked on the last slide just interesting links pertaining, resources pertaining to this math curriculum process, as well as a program overview. And I know last time when I was here, there were some questions about other districts who have used Envision Mathematics, and so there are some links there to some proficiency results from other districts who have used Envision Mathematics. Are there questions?
Is that, I mean, and this is also, I just want to ask, is also known as MVP math curriculum? Is that what this is?
No, sir.
Okay,
This MVP is a different publisher and a different curriculum. It was one of the curriculum options, but this is a product from the company called Savas, which is also Envision. Yeah, I guess that is a little, it's not the Mathematics Vision Project, it's Envision Mathematics.
Okay, cool. I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that Envision only has level 1 through 3. With level 4, how many teachers and students will be impacted in level 4 that won't have the Envision?
So the number of teachers, it varies from school to school. We can definitely get you that data to see how many, because high schools are planning those schedules right now, if some of them have already planned those and are scheduling kids for high school right now. I currently don't know how many students are scheduled to be in Math 4 next year. It is the fourth math option. There are other fourth math options as well, like discrete mathematics, for computer science, which is also a new course. So it definitely is not a course that everyone takes, but it is a course that is available to everyone. And our hope is that we are able to, as new curriculum are created, and they're being created all the time, that we would be able to find a good option for Math 4. There were companies that had some things that they had pulled together, because North Carolina's standards take an integrated approach, which means the way that we learn mathematics, there was a course called Algebra, a course called Geometry, a course called Algebra 2, and the integrated approach is you learn a little bit about algebra and geometry and statistics integrated together. And so they take those courses and then they group them into the first North Carolina Math 1, Math 2, Math 3, and Math 4. This current year was the first year for North Carolina Math 4. The state is looking at high school math curriculum for the next year. So we're hoping that some good submissions will be available at that time. But our feedback from our Math 4 teachers was that there was a lot for the statistics domain there, but not really for all of the other Math 4 standards. And they said it's not really a lot better than what we were able to curate and find. And so they were like, instead of spending that money, let's support us with curriculum, help us get a common pacing, help us determine those standards that I think, yeah, we probably need to stop. But that the focus group was willing to wait to get that curriculum that would align with those standards.
My last question on that is that obviously with 3s maybe turning into 4s at some point in time, whatever we're proposing to do. Will it have some synergy with what Envision is doing? So it will kind of be a natural progression for those threes moving into four.
So fortunately, in most schools, our teachers who teach North Carolina Math 4 also teach North Carolina Math 1 or another North Carolina Math course. So they will have that experience, and absolutely. So we'll still use the same rubric. We'll still be looking for the same criteria. We'll still be looking for, does it have some kind of visual model for students? Does it offer support for students who might struggle with mathematics, as well as enrichment for students who might need extra?
And what, because just bring it back to, I guess, 10 years ago, and like you said, how they break it down, algebra, geometry, calculus, discrete mathematics, abstract, whatever. What concepts are being covered in this Math 4? Because I would assume that's your higher level learning, right?
It is a lot of statistics. So currently, our Math 4 teachers tell me that when they look at their advanced placement statistics class, it's some of the beginning modules of that they're teaching. So very high level statistics. It's been a stretch for our teachers who haven't thought about that kind of mathematics since they were in college. So we have worked with, or I have worked with, the Triangle Math Alliance and the North Carolina Large District Math Collaborative to offer materials and unit plans and a framework to support our teachers with that. We're also planning a summit this August with university faculty teaching some of those concepts to support our Math 4 teachers. And this is a statewide concern, and it's something that we're working together and collaborating to approach. But we want to make sure that we are supporting teachers, but then also that we're giving them the best materials for that.
In Math 4, you're talking about, I hate to call it the upper crust, but you're talking about those students who are going to go at a high level, like your science majors typically and stuff like that.
So the State Department gives us a math options chart to help, based on their career goals, help students determine which is the best fourth math for them to take. But there are still offerings like the AP statistics, the discrete math for computer science, so students who might be interested in a STEM course, and then the North Carolina Math 4. But there are other options as well. That chart, that flow chart, is provided from the State Department for that.
And again, backing up 10 years, when you had like, I don't want to say a standardized curriculum, but I know Algebra 1, you were going to teach it a certain way. Geometry, you were going to teach it a certain way. And when you got, I think, beyond Algebra 2 and calculus, it became a little bit more free-flowing, like instructors were teaching it in a manner that they felt comfortable. Am I correct in saying that if you go back 10 years ago?
So I can't, it's hard to give a blanket statement for the way that might have gone at different schools, but there are, so like if a teacher is teaching an advanced placement course, there are guidelines that they have to go through an advanced placement training. There are certain textbooks that they have options to choose from, but they're always the standards, and we are hired to teach the standard course of study. Different teachers have different approaches to teaching. Different teachers have a different we don't all want to stand up and ever be, with any curriculum, we wouldn't ever stand up and be cookie cutter. So we've all got our own approach and our own flair for how we deliver a curriculum. So that will still be. We're not expecting everybody to be cookie cutter.
Thank you.
I just want to clear up a couple of things. Number one, this is not MVP, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I want to make sure everybody hears that. This is not MVP.
Can you, excuse me for interrupting, but since you've asked that question, I said, can you give us some differences? Because obviously, when I talked about groundwork, we had people from out of county come and say, stay away.
Yeah. So, yes, so Mathematics Vision Project is a high school, North Carolina Math 1 only curriculum. They don't offer elementary or middle school curriculum. It is very research based, but it is a different approach to teaching math. Envision Mathematics offers a bridge between a very traditional way of teaching, where the teacher is standing up and students are just absorbing information. We want kids interacting with materials. We want curriculum that's evolved for 2021, that's going to prepare our students for the world that they're living in, where problems that they're going to be solving aren't routine, so that they can figure out the interest on a credit card, or which is the best car to buy based on the finances. MVP offers task and a approach to a different way. This Envision curriculum offers more support. So I think one thing that we hear from from different people who have experience with the MVP are just supports that we can help at home. Having an Envision textbook will be a support. There are digital tools that teachers can share with parents to be able to help at home. There are workbooks that students can take home that have problems that are worked and that show a solution to support at home. If I'm trying to help my 3rd grader or my 5th grader, then I can look at some of the examples and see what they're doing in class. And the Envision is a bridge between a very traditional approach to a very more conceptual, where you've got tasks. If you look at the book side by side, you see colors and examples, and you see something that's based on a lot of research, but doesn't have those examples worked out. It doesn't have that support there in the student materials like the curriculum that we are recommending have.
Second point of clarification I'd like to make. As educators, many times we throw the word curriculum around. And the North Carolina Standard Course of Study is the curriculum, that listing of standards. And the reason I say that is because there's been a misconception out there that we haven't had any math happening in our schools over the last several years, because teachers, and not just teachers, but that term curriculum has been thrown around, and it's like, oh, well, we don't have a curriculum. We have had a North Carolina Standard Course of Study, which is not Common Core. It is the North Carolina Standard Course of Study, and it is kindergarten all the way up. So to Mr. Johnston's question about what Math 4 looks like, there is a list of standards, there are expectations, and it's unpacked. If you go to the DPI documents, you can see what students, what the curriculum is. What we're talking about with Envision, just like when we investigations and all these, those are resources, support resources to teach the North Carolina curriculum. And I say that because we hear from people in the community all the time who say, oh, well, we didn't have a curriculum. Yes, we had a curriculum, and teachers were teaching math, and they were teaching the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. But they weren't necessarily happy with the curriculum resource that we had at the time, which was investigations in elementary. And then I can't remember what it is at middle school. And then high school teachers said, well, we just didn't have any curriculum at all. Yes, they had the North Carolina Standard Course of Study, and they were teaching it.
Yes, and so let me clarify a step further for North Carolina Math 4. So we have gone a step further than just providing those standards, and have organized those standards into units for teachers, and given those units titles and a time frame that might be a general time frame that you would spend on this unit. And so there is some support. I have the actual general statute is that a textbook is defined as a systematically organized material, comprehensive enough to cover primary objectives outlined in the standard course of study or grades or course. Formats for textbooks may be print or non-print. They may include hardbound books or softbound books, activity-oriented programs, classroom kits, and technology-based programs that require the use of electronic equipment in order to be used in the learning process. So we don't use the term textbook because it is so much more than a hard textbook. It includes all those different components, those videos, those digital resources that are there and available. And having a K through a kindergarten, elementary, middle, and high similar format will be seamless learning for the students. It will be cohesive, using the same terminology. The lessons are there and are provided for teachers instead of them looking for lessons and designing their own
Let me ask a few questions. I apologize
Yes,
ahead
ma'am.
of time. We're being presented to by one of the experts on math. I've known her for many years, and she knows her stuff. I'm just going to tell you. But you mentioned, I'm just trying to get some ideas here. You mentioned that there were workbooks. Now, are those things the children would carry with them? Are those things they carry home? Or that's another supplemental to the curriculum, to this curriculum?
Those will be, those are a part of the proposal.
Packet.
And it will be that student's workbook. So that student will be able to write in that workbook. We'll be able to take that workbook.
It's a consumable product.
It is, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So every year for the length of the contract, new workbooks will be.
I watched the videos that you attached to this agenda, and I see them using an iPad, some of them. Is this being instructed with the use of an iPad, or is this a paper pencil type instruction at times, or can you just help me out with that?
It offers flexibility. So there's all tech, no tech, low tech. So there's three options, which we've had all three of this year. So having that is very beneficial for us as we think about different environments. But absolutely, it can be done with no technology. The technology does enhance, like I mentioned, the videos are very helpful. Students can take assessments on the computer, and the computer will actually assign them practice based on how they score. So if I do really well, it's going to give me some higher level questions to ask. If I seem to have an inconsistent understanding, it's going to give me more practice with that. If I don't seem to understand, it's going to bump it down and give me problems that are prerequisites for that content. So that's it's definitely enhanced by the digital components, but there also is that paper pencil. For that day when you show up and your smartboard's not working, there is a plan.
Okay. Would you consider it discovery-based? Or would...
I think it offers a bridge. I think there are times, the research for mathematics currently is that students need to be engaging with mathematics. So those 3 ACT tasks do offer that opportunity for students to engage with mathematics, where you're not just looking for one particular answer, but there is a balance. So there are practice problems where we see students working on mathematical facts. Like, it's important that students understand how to add, how to subtract, multiply, and divide. But they also need to be able to transfer those skills to real life concepts like compounded interest, so I can figure out if this is a good deal. So I think there's definitely a balance with this curriculum.
It's not a scripted program.
So it is not a scripted program. There are scripted programs out there, and the research for that direct, explicit, systematic instruction in mathematics is very explicit and very directed towards students who struggle with mathematics, who have identified learning disabilities.
And which we have we have some of those programs already.
We certainly do, and we have curriculum that are research-based for meeting that need of that struggling learner.
But we would not really consider this. Would you consider this to be scripted? Like, for instance, is there a minimal amount of time that a teacher needs to spend on a lesson? You know, when we talk about fidelity and we talk about doing it as it was meant to be done, and then we don't do it the way it's supposed to be done, and we don't do it with fidelity, then we don't get the results that we want.
Right.
Does that make sense?
So yes and no. So there is a recommended structure for a lesson. It doesn't mean that has to fit into a 90-minute period on a Monday. If you need more time, you have flexibility with that. If students are learning at a faster pace and it doesn't take 90 minutes, those times are suggestions, but they are there, and there is a reason for us to have that consistency. It does offer, students may say this, and I think that's sometimes people see when it says students may say, and they think, oh, my students have to say that. That's not what that's there for. It's there as a suggestion of something that a student may say. I use it all the time when I'm teaching students. I say, last year, Sammy said this. This is how he solved that problem. What do you think? And it gets students to think about other ways to solve problems. So there are suggestions in there. It is not scripted where it says say, and then you have to say that.
It is very much conceptual based.
There is a conceptual component, but it builds from that visual and that concrete problem-based learning.
Because I think we all agree that our children, I understand the difference between conceptual and procedural, and I know why we got away from procedural. We were all taught procedurally. 1 + 1 is 2. It is and always will be, and it doesn't matter what you think about it. It's just 1 + 1 is 2, whatever. But our concern, I think, well, my concern, I'm not speaking for the rest of the board, is that our children gain the basic skills. That we are strategically instructing children in basic mathematics skills. And I understand that generalization is the sign of mastery. When I can generalize, when I can take it outside my classroom and I can use it and I can relate it to the world, I just want to make sure that you feel confident that this program is going to address the basic skills our children need, especially in our elementary levels. And have we been using this in Johnston County anywhere?
We have piloted it, so we have taught one unit. I will say, so like the definition of mathematical rigor does include both procedural fluency and computational understanding. It's not either or. Right. So it's that idea of I know how to add and subtract, but I can think beyond 3 + 4, and I can apply something to it that I understand what I'm doing. And there is definitely a balance of procedural understanding and computational fluency. Those concepts, I need to understand it because it comes up in later mathematics. If I only understand a certain way that my teacher has shown me one particular way, then I might not be able to access that mathematics at that higher level in the high school math courses. And really even, it starts very early with these standards. Our North Carolina standards are very rigorous for mathematics.
Do you feel confident that this particular program will help meet the needs of a rigor such as our standards are?
I certainly could not be up here before you recommended something that I did not think would meet our needs of our students and our teachers.
The districts that were on that link were not from North Carolina.
Yes.
Do you have anything from North Carolina?
So I reached out to other districts who use Envision in North Carolina. There are other districts who do, and I reached out. They're my friends. We have a strong mathematics community in North Carolina. Excellent math leaders across our state, and very positive things to show. They did not have data to show because they've not been using it for long enough, but that we didn't assess last. We didn't have EOG data from last year. So they said they had a really hard time saying that they could share anything or point anything to this curriculum because it's new. It's not brand new, but it's new to them. And they were saying, implementation has been very hard to pinpoint this year as teachers are struggling to teach in all the different kinds of environments that they have. But they all have I've got their comments that I can share with you. They all had positive things to say about the professional development that was offered. But my questions were the things that I anticipate as what a teacher's looking for. Did they feel supported? Was it easy to use? How did the students respond? Did the teachers did it meet their needs as well as the student needs? That's very important to me, that teachers feel supported as they're implementing a new curriculum. It's a teacher, to your point, teachers have been teaching math as hard as they can. We have some of the best teachers and some of the hardest working teachers that we have, but this curriculum will support them in their mathematics learning as well as in delivering mathematical content.
And will this be used in conjunction with pacing guides and benchmark assessments? Are we bringing that back so that teachers have a data collection system that they can use to drive their instruction forward?
So some of that is built in to the curriculum. So the recommendations, the pacing, all the curriculum work that goes along with that curriculum will be supported by my team this year. We'll be working very hard to get that out for teachers so that they can have access to it this summer. And yes, that assessment piece is so important so that we're not at the end of the year before we know what a student can do or how they're thinking about a concept. So that it's my understanding that is going to be a part of what we're doing, and this curriculum will be the underlying piece of that, but we will have that pacing available for. It has a scope and sequence, and it's based on research, the scope and sequence of when you introduce certain concepts in certain courses, and we will be offering even more support with that.
Who will be providing the professional development on this?
So it'll be a mixture. So it'll be, like I said, I'm starting tomorrow with math teacher leaders. That's me, K-12. And then with our team, our curriculum team, will be providing some of that. But then
Tell me how
also-
many people are on your curriculum team. Let's just put that out there.
So currently there's me and then two coordinators.
That's for all of Johnston County. That's every subject in Johnston County is covered by 3 people. That.
What is 175 grand about?
Sorry?
What is 175 grand about for professional development? Where's
So,
that come?
so that is, and I will defer some financial conversations for Dr. King, but I can speak to the professional development. So what's happening now until the beginning of the year is professional development from me and my team. In the fall, to get teachers up to speed with learning a new curriculum to support them, the company will be providing professional development. When you think about the massive numbers of teachers that we have, 700 elementary teachers that are going to need training, for the size of our curriculum department, and they know the curriculum. The feedback from the other districts that have been a part of the professional development from Envision, from the Savas folks, have been very complimentary about the professional development and how it's supported and how they were responsive. Our pilot teachers who taught the unit attended professional development from the company. So we've already got a group of teachers who have taught a unit, who've been through it, and they said that the company was very responsive to their questions, helped them understand when they couldn't find something or something wasn't working the way that they understood it. The company was very responsive to answering their questions and helping to support them in that. So yes, when you think about the number of teachers, mathematics teachers that we have, the company support is very helpful. And as far as even coming in and doing model lessons for teachers, so that teachers can see and can be a learner in that classroom as well with their own students. It's so important in our district that we see how these lessons look with our students versus always seeing what it looks like in a video situation, because one of the first things that teachers will do is say, oh, there's 12 kids right there. Yeah, they don't look like my kids. They don't talk like our kids. And so bringing that experience to the classroom is very important in our district.
Okay, how are we setting up? Because we hear from teachers all the time, I've got to do all this teaching, all this planning, all this grading. When are they going to get professional development? How are we going to arrange the day for them to get professional development and do their job?
So currently we have Wednesday. So that's one of the reasons that I'm starting tomorrow is teachers have, when the buildings are being cleaned, they have that as a professional learning opportunity. We have, it's my understanding that the calendar has not been adopted yet.
Comes forward tonight.
Okay, so that will be an important part of that, and we will certainly work with the days that we have available to us for professional development.
I'm not looking at the calendar currently, Dr. King, but isn't that first full week required days? Yes. That's the first full week, yes.
So our plan, you were talking about there would be some staff development this summer for those who optional, who want to come. But then if there's not, then is the intention to implement, if this is passed and we do this, is the plan to implement this in the fall?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to be rolling it out before training's been done.
So our plan is to do the professional development before school starts on those work days.
Is that enough time?
The time, if we could get more time, I would love it.
That's sort of what happened with ELA, is they got 4 hours of staff development, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, it was just the way it was. And then they were given the materials and told to go teach it.
Well,
that's nobody's fault. I'm just saying that was reality.
And unfortunately, that is somewhat maybe a history that we do too often, is that we're going to do all these wonderful things. But, how do you jam all of this? I'm thinking for $175,000, that ought to be a lot of professional development. It ain't going to be 3 or 4 days. Hopefully it ain't 3 or 4 days.
It does involve a lot of professional development. Did you want to?
It does, and one of the things that I would note, and I'll share with the board the more detailed write-up around the professional development. One of the things that this program offers is professional development that teachers can access at their own pace online through some web-enabled opportunities. So, for instance, teachers will have the opportunity to access certain kinds of professional development all year as a part of that $175,000 purchase. So a teacher who was, on October 15th, who was teaching a specific lesson and was feeling some difficulty about how they might approach that instruction will be able to access specific support around that particular instruction in an online manner. And that is online professional development that will be available to teachers throughout the year on an ongoing basis on their own pace. In addition to that, a part of the $175,000 purchase, and I want to make sure I get the terminology is right, will allow us to have assigned to our school division a single professional development person who will support our school division alone as it relates to this professional development. So for instance, that person will be available to either provide professional development to for instance, there's a professional development for administrators. That person will either teach that professional development or be in a position to support our staff who actually teach that professional development. So one of the things that I really like about this program that I think is really important is that it really turns the whole notion of professional development in a kind of traditional, everybody goes to one place and sit and get this set of information at the same time on its ear, and provides our educators with the opportunity to get the kinds of support that they need based on where they are, where they're having difficulties, and the kind of understanding that they have in a particular time moving forward. So we think that's really critical. And I do want to add, the other piece that we're working on and moving forward with is the addition of some teaching and learning specialists in the area of mathematics. And so we hope, while right now our math team is very limited, we'll be adding some staff members to that. So we'll have a team of math teaching and learning specialists. In fact, we'll be doing interviews for those in the next week, and so hopefully, miraculously, in about 3 weeks, that math team will go from about 2 to about, I believe it will be about 5 or 6. And one of the things that we're really excited about is having the opportunity to have all those folks trained up in this approach as soon as possible, so that they will be available also to support. And one piece that I also want to add is one of the things that we want to do, particularly with this notion of teaching and learning specialists, is we also want to shift this paradigm from just being in a position to provide professional development, again, in those sit and get settings, to a scenario where we have folks who can go out of our office, out of our setting over at CIA, and can work on the ground, kind of where the rubber meets the road, with groups of teachers, with individual teachers, around the implementation of this program and making sure they're in a position to provide this instruction in a way that is fidelitous to the program, right, and that meets the needs of our teachers as they are attempting to implement and do this work for our students.
I agree. I think that's the only way that's going to be successful. I mean,
So, Dr. King, what you're saying is that the PD is going to be more of an embedded approach, as opposed to what I call drive-by staff development, where they just drive by, shoot it at you, and hope they hit something.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll share with you again the document that Savis shared with us around PD, and one of the graphics that they provide in that document talks specifically about the notion of professional development as being job embedded. So yes, ma'am.
And I will throw this back to you. My concern about this is concern years ago when everybody decided it was time to go to the block scheduling. And we jumped into block scheduling in this county, and we were going to train teachers how to teach for 90 minutes versus 50 minutes. We didn't do that.
Yes, sir.
And that's been a history of, kids being bored, kids doing homework in class, stuff like that. And I'm just, it needs to be, if we have to carve time, we should carve time. That's our obligation.
Yes, sir.
To make sure it happens. Now, one other thing. Since we've been all virtual teachers this year, and we're talking about changing the math, but as Ms. Andrews says, We want to make sure they're getting the basic math. They're learning 1 + 1 is 2. And if next year in the 5th grade, for example, if I had my next grandchild following the one that was this year, will they still be looking at doing the rectangles to learn math and the thing, and this just supplements or adds to that, or is it going to be a completely different style of teaching math? I was supposed to learn how to do that, and I'm not sure I learned that well, but anyway.
Yes, so that is research-based. The research of students understanding and seeing mathematics, and what you're describing is an array where if we're looking at 3 × 4, then we might be looking at 3 and 4 columns, 3 rows, and so we recognize that's 12 discrete objects. The actual standards that we teach, that this book is aligned with, there are standards that say memorize addition and subtraction facts, memorize multiplication, and there's a standard for long division, the way that we learned it the first time. The progression of the standards, though, start with understanding the idea of what division means and how it relates to multiplication before we expect that memorization. Memorization comes with practice. There's a time and a place for memorization, and there's a standard where we assess kids on if they have memorized those. But we also want them to understand that when we're talking about adding, we're talking about joining. When we're talking about subtracting, we're talking about things getting smaller. And so that helps set the stage for the future math that they will learn, where they're in those high school courses where they're learning about matrices. They can connect, oh, looks like that array that we were working with in 4th grade and with 5th grade. And the way that the curriculum works is it will wean students off of those models because they'll have that mathematical model in their minds. They'll be able to visualize it from the visual learning animations and the different manipulative experiences that they've had, but we do get to that abstract. That's a big misconception that's out there, that we don't teach multiplication anymore, or that students don't know long division. There's actually that standard is in 6th grade for long division, and students who are in 5th grade, like my son and your granddaughter, are learning that conceptual piece so they can tie a model to that.
I'd like to make a suggestion. The professional development piece is critical, and I would really like for all of our teachers who are going to be using this to have some exposure, some training with it before they go home for the summer. Whether it be on Wednesdays or whatever, so that they will have the summer to get their heads wrapped around what they're going to be doing when kids come back in August. And, there was a time, you all probably don't remember this because you're not as old as I am, but there was a time in Johnston County when, and Kay will, because he was on the board at that time, where we paid teachers stipends to come in those first days of summer to come in and be trained, so that they actually had some formal training and then time to think about it, work with it on their own. Is the online PD, will that be available to teachers during the summer?
Know the timing of the contract.
So as soon as Mr. Britt can get the bill paid, my understanding is that material will be available to our teachers almost immediately. I would say that this company is a company that we have worked with. They are quite responsive. They are eager to get started. In fact, I had an email from the representative just yesterday, and he is ready to sit down and have a conversation with us to begin the process of planning out the professional development. Of course, he's eager for us to pay the bill as well. But that is something that I think we can make happen. My commitment to this board is that there will not be a teacher in our school division who has not had the opportunity and access to professional development around this math program when they begin school in the fall. We will move mountains and as we need to make sure that is available to our teachers. Now, I want to be clear. What I'm saying is we're going to be in a position to offer that support. I don't want to commit to the notion that we're going to be able to do what we've done in the past, at least not at this moment, and pay folks to come in and do that, but we will certainly offer opportunities for folks to have access and to gain some understanding and some knowledge around what they're going to be expected to do over the course of, we'll begin as quickly as we can get this process addressed from a financial perspective.
Okay, now,
Pay the bill.
Excuse me.
I said, let's pay the bill.
It's a 5-year
Yes, sir.
program. Now, at the end of 5 years, what happens?
At the end of 5 years, we'll be looking to do another adoption process. And if this program is something that we feel like has worked well for us, I'm sure by then they will have done a rewrite. And certainly we don't know what the case will be as it relates to what the North Carolina standards will be at that point. But we will need to employ a similar process to make sure that this product still meets our needs, still is appropriately aligned to whatever the standards are in North Carolina at that time. And of course, at that point, we'll need to go back and figure out the financial pieces again at that time.
Thank you for all your answers to our questions. You can see that it's very important to us, and I appreciate you offering the flexibility of the PD over the summer that's optional. I would just challenge our teachers. I know it's the summer and everything else, and maybe we can find the CARES Act money to assist us with, if we can put it in that stipulation, Mr. Britt, to give them some type of stipend and make it more of a mandatory versus an optional piece, because this is a very critical piece to our school year that's going to be coming up, and we all agree that we need this resource to assist our students as well as our teachers. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Chair.
Yes.
Just one quick thing, and I want to thank the board for their feedback and for asking great questions tonight during this presentation. And as Dr. King and others have said, we're going to approve an academic calendar this evening. And I'm just, on my iPad, I'm glancing the traditional academic calendar that we're going to recommend tonight. That academic calendar has 8 work days. The first 3 on the 11th, 12th, and 13th are optional days. The next week, the 16th through the 20th, are required work days. Dr. King, I believe that of those 5 required days, only 2 belong to the district level. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
So I guess the question that I'm asking, and from the passion that I hear from the board, are those 2 days enough days for you to do what you need to do as far as professional development is concerned?
Well, that's a difficult question, Dr. Bracy, because it's like, you know, they talk about never giving the microphone to a preacher. He'll never say no. You know, we can certainly use more days, but what I do want to say is, while this work is going to be critical, there will be other work that needs to be done, right? Sure. And part of what I hope we will begin to establish is that we want to provide folks with high quality, impactful professional development. And there's not necessarily any evidence that says it needs to be 10 hours versus 5 hours, certainly. Right? So we're going to try and put in place what we feel like is the highest quality professional development we can provide during the time that we are allotted. There are some other kind of tricks of the trade that we can look at and think through in terms of providing options for teachers to have access to that professional development. One thing I would say to the board, and I hope Ms. Daughtry is still willing to be on my team after I say this, teachers will be going home for the summer, but we will not be going home for the summer. And so we will be available and in a position to offer professional development at various times across the summer. So if again, notwithstanding, the willingness of individuals to come in and receive that professional development without the promise of compensation. What I would be willing to say again is we'll be willing to provide that professional development at various times continuously over the course of the summer for folks.
Certainly.
Yes,
and I'm an old school guy. You've been around me. And, my mind is the old school. We're all sitting in the media center of the cafeteria receiving the professional development. And I know it's a different world. We've come so far, so fast virtually. Here's my question. If Stephen Britt looks through his chart of accounts and says that we can pay stipends for remote professional development, Ms. Daughtry, if teachers participate in the PD for this math adoption, would you feel comfortable going forward that would be enough? As far as enough hours, seat time, for lack of a better word, of teachers to receive the information,
So-
if Mr. Britt is allowed in his chart of accounts to pay the stipend that Mr. Sutton mentioned.
So I do think it's important. I think it's a start, and I do think
I
it will
agree
equip.
wholeheartedly with, I believe it was Ms. Sessoms who said, we want them exposed to this before they walk in those classrooms in August. It's important.
Mhm.
We all know where we are academically, and we all know where we want to be. So is that enough time?
I think so we have to think about enough to get started, and then how are we supporting throughout the year? Because
Sure.
there's two different pieces. So getting us aware of all the components, how to use the program, that's one thing. But after I teach that first unit or middle of that first unit, I'm going to have questions, and I'm going to need somebody that I can reach out who has that expertise, who can come and work with my professional learning community. That is one of the benefits of this past year, is we have learned how to get on a call and Zoom into a professional learning community without having to drive to a school. So it is a start, it is a drop in the bucket. We have a plan to support teachers throughout the implementation, but I agree 100%. Teachers want to know what it's about. They want to be prepared when they walk into that classroom, and I 100% agree that we will do what it takes to get teachers the support that they need to feel like they can go and do this on day one.
Well, let's continue to have those conversations, and I know Dr. King and I will, and Stephen will as well. What we can't get accomplished in these Wellness Wednesdays, as we call them, let's leave open that possibility. If Stephen said it's an allowable expense under CARES funding, or ESSER, as they call it now.
And Dr. Bracy, if I can just add one more piece of consideration, and maybe even a step back. We talked about implementing the program with fidelity, and I do want to note that SAVIS or the Envision's math folks have a professional development progression that they suggest. And I think making sure that we don't go too far afield of what they have laid out, which is also a part of, as you know, when they present this program to us and say, if you do this, these are the results that you will get. That, process for implementing and teaching teachers how to use their tool is a part of that fidelity piece, right? And so there are some pieces that they suggest that are critical for teachers to have access to before they start teaching, and there are some pieces that they suggest are more critical for teachers to get while they are teaching the material. And so I don't want to promise so much that we get outside of what it is that they suggest is the appropriate thing to do to a point where we are outside of what would be called fidelity. But certainly to the extent that we can be within what they are suggesting and what their research has shown will make this successful for us. We'll certainly do what we can do to make it happen.
Really appreciate it. Would like for you and Ms. Daughtry to come back quarterly and just update the board on where we are as far as progress is concerned.
Absolutely.
Thank you all again. So at this time, I appreciate the additional updates that we're going to get from Mr. Britt and so forth about stipends down the road. But at this time, we'll entertain a motion to accept the Envision.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. Go ahead.
Okay. So got a motion by Mr. Johnston to accept Envision. Do I have
I'll second.
second by Ms. Sessoms? Roll call starting with Mr. Wooten.
Can I ask one question? I got section on this sheet that's in front of me, and then below that, it's reviewed by finance. But there's no X in that box. Finance, how are we?
I reviewed it, yes, sir.
All right, $4.457 million. We good?
Yes, sir.
No problem.
Over 2 years.
It's over 2 years, right?
That's right.
Okay, we're good to go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
So we have a first and a second. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Mr. Wooten,
Yes.
Miss Andrews,
Yes.
Miss Sessoms,
Yes.
Mr. Byrd,
Yes.
Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, board members.
And Ms. Alter, I just want to give one compliment, which is rare. You know, a lot of times, you know, we've had presenters in the past come in here with the same words I hear over and over, and they get beat to death in education. I mean, there's 3 on that wall that need to come down. But you come in here with a clear mastery. I'm guessing you're a math teacher? Yeah, you were? I'm pretty sure you could do like mean rate theorem and all the calculus stuff. I'm sure you could still do that. But I'm impressed with your knowledge of the content and the implementation I know you can do in administration. So thank you for coming in here with it together. No jokes, all business. I appreciate that a lot. You're all right too, Mr. King. You did good, but
What she just did, let me be very clear about that as it relates to mathematics.
thoroughly impressed.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, let's take a 5-minute break.
y'all to explain some of the stuff you were talking about, although you left me behind. I don't want to feel too ignorant.
Dr. King.
Thank you, sir. Board members, the next item is a Thanksgiving Elementary media collection item. As you are aware, board members, we will be opening our newest elementary school, Thanksgiving Elementary School, in the fall of this year. As part of the opening of that school, it is necessary to fill the library with materials and resources that our students will be able to use. And so we have solicited requests from companies that provide that service. And we are requesting tonight that the contract for the Thanksgiving Elementary School media collection be awarded to Follett School Solutions. As you'll see, this contract would cost us approximately $215,000, would provide our school with up to 10,000 hardcover books and ebooks as a combination. Follett would go in and actually set up the library for us. We would not pay for any shipping. They would also provide additional training for our new librarian and provide us with the necessary software and hardware that we will need to operate that new library.
I'll entertain a motion to accept Follett to assist us with the Thanksgiving Elementary media collection. Motion by Mr. Johnston, second by Mr. Wooten.
Question.
Yes.
Is this 215 part of the bond money?
Yes, sir. Forgive me. I should have shared that. That is part of the bond. I have consulted with Mr. Moore as well as Mr. Britt about the availability of those funds, and they are there.
Roll call starting with Mr. Johnson. Mr.
Yes.
Carroll. Mr. Byrd. Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, board members. Our next item is reaccreditation Cognia engagement review. Accreditation is the process through which school systems or individual schools submit themselves to review based on rigorous standards of quality. Completing an accreditation review is an important process as it provides a school system with an objective, evidence-based evaluation of whether it meets or even exceeds a given set of quality standards and the specific steps it needs to take to improve. During the 2021-2022 academic school year, Johnston County Public Schools will undergo an accreditation review. Ms. Christy Stevenson, our Executive Director of School Improvement and Accountability, and Tamara Thomas, our Director of School Improvement, have been charged with guiding our school system through this process. Tonight, they will provide the board and our community with an overview of the process and answer any initial questions you might have.
Good evening. So when we think about accreditation, the accreditation process itself examines the whole institution. It looks at our policies, programs, practices, learning conditions, and cultural context to determine how well all those parts work together to carry out the institution's vision and meet the needs of our individual learners. Next school year, we will undergo this engagement review. As Dr. King referenced, this review process occurs every 5 years. Our engagement review will, we have requested a date of March of 2022. However, our review could occur as early as November of 2021. So tonight, Tamara and I are going to give you that overview of what we can expect during the engagement review process. Our accrediting agency is called Cognia. This is was formerly Advanced Ed. It was Advanced Ed during our last review cycle. But Cognia, they have merged, Advanced Ed merged with Measured Progress to form Cognia. And Cognia refers to the efforts that a district or a school makes on their for accreditation to meet those accreditation expectations as an improvement journey. And each journey is individualized and personalized based off of the school district or school, based off of what the needs are for the students. When the external review team comes in, we will be evaluated based off of a set of Cognia standards, and we've linked those standards there for your review. These standards are broken into 3 domains, that of leadership, learning, and resources. And when the team comes in, they will be looking at and asking us, where are we in our journey? Are we at the initiate phase? In other words, are we at early implementation for strategies and processes? Or maybe we're at the improved stage, which means we have sustainable results to show that we are making progress. Or perhaps we're at the impact stage, which means processes are embedded in our culture. Prior to the team coming, we will complete a self-assessment of the Cognia standards, and we will utilize a district comprehensive needs assessment, as well as schools will engage in their own comprehensive needs assessment. The data collected from that needs assessment, along with the analysis of other data points that includes demographic data such as attendance, dropout rates, enrollment rates, how our ethnicity or ethnic breakdown has changed over time. We'll also pull in our perception data. What do our teacher working conditions survey data tell us? What does our panorama survey culture SEL data give us? We will look at school process data, look at program evaluation, as well as student learning. What does our achievement data tell us? What does our both summative and formative assessment results tell us? All of that will go into formulating that self-assessment that we will present prior to the team's arrival, and they will review that evidence.
All right, so as we prepare for an engagement review, it requires exceptional organization, okay? High-level collaborative efforts and trust that everyone involved will meet the stated deadlines in order to ensure that our district is represented in the absolute best way possible. With that said, there are timelines in place, and we are holding everyone to those timelines. I love how you're nodding for us, okay? And when we talk about the timelines, Christy mentioned the self-assessment, that needs assessment. So that will be occurring with all of our schools, and there's a timeline for that. Also, the cabinet will be working on that as well. So they have homework that they've already been assigned at the cabinet. Fortunately for our board, you will have homework as well. It just won't be as extensive, but we'll be sharing that later. Again, we're just giving you a quick overview of what to expect. School leaders, school improvement teams will work on their portions as well. And surveys are critical. The stakeholder surveys are required as we prepare for the visit, because while Cognia has a survey that we could use, you already know we're using the Panorama survey. So we mitigated that, and we're allowed to go ahead and use our Panorama survey data instead of using something new. The engagement review will take place over a 4-day period, and it's going to be conducted virtually. So Cognia has selected the virtual option since the pandemic has been taking place, and they're going to continue that option next year. The review team from Cognia will have as few as 3 team members, but it could have 8 or more team members because they're reviewing a district, so they may need more folks. During their time, the team is going to review documentation that we submit, hence the homework that you're going to have. We submit that information, and what they do is, when they do the focus interviews, which is also a part of this, do the focus interview information, does that align with what we've submitted on paper? Is everyone speaking the same language? Can we triangulate the information that we're hearing to come up with a proper determination of how the district is performing? We submit that information, they conduct the focus group interviews, so that will be with district leadership, and the way this is situated on the slide is pretty much the order of those meetings, those focus group interviews that we can expect. So we have district leadership, which is typically the cabinet, the board, which would be a few members of our board here, however that's configured. And then you have school-based leadership and staff, parents, community, and students. When we look at the school-based leadership, parents, community members, students, for school-based staff, we're really looking for a representative sampling. And so about 20% or 8 to 10 of our schools. And those are typically selected based on what Cogni is looking for more information on. So they'll let us know which schools, for the most part, they will be looking at. For parents and students, we want a representation of our district. What is the face of Johnston County? Okay? And then also for community members, you know, it was awesome. Sheriff Bizzle's office was here, and the NAACP partners, county commissioners, Chamber of Commerce. We have so many partners in our district. It is phenomenal. So I'm really looking forward to putting together that focus group as well. The last piece is there's a conclusion meeting with the superintendent after the 4 days, or during that 4-day period. And that conclusion meeting, again, is with typically just with the superintendent. There is a PowerPoint that's shared. It's very brief, just a few nuggets from the visit, because then that lead reviewer is going to write that report for the district so that we're getting an authentic report after a few weeks. The lead time is about 40 to 60 days is what they're saying, because they've had so many reviews going on. So that's what we'll be looking at, and hopefully that review is going to be in March and not this November. Do we have any questions, comments?
This is done without any cost to the school system?
There is a cost to the school system. I believe it's about $4,500, which is a reduced rate. Typically, when the team comes on site, the district has to cover the hotel, the you know, food, meal, you know, has to cover all that. But because it's virtual, it is a reduced rate. Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
How is, have they talked at all about how this past year, with last year no EOGs, as well as such a strange instructional experience that we've had, have they given any indication as to how that will be viewed?
So Tamara and I have actually served on some teams this year to get that experience, and part of the review process, they get that, you know, we're lacking in summative data, but they're looking at what other data are we using to inform our improvement efforts. What formative data do we have to guide student achievement? What does our attendance look like? What does discipline look like? So it's more than just that assessment piece that they take into consideration.
But they will take into consideration the fact that our employees have been magnificent. I mean, they have risen to the challenge. No one has been allowed to be in a comfort zone this past year. So as you've served on those teams, is there any special consideration made for that?
So, and keep in mind, it's not just based off of 1 year, but they look at over 3 years' time, what has your continuous improvement journey looked like? Yes, COVID has brought us barriers, and we can address those barriers, but we've also got to say, how are we overcoming those barriers? Because the bottom line is student achievement, continuous improvement.
Thank you all.
Board members, the final item tonight from CIA is summer learning proposal, EOC summer testing plan, and I will give way to Area Assistant Superintendent Patty Whittington, who will lead that presentation.
Thank you, Dr. King. Good evening. Okay. Good evening, Chairman Sutton, Lady Vice Chair, Ms. Sessoms, Dr. Bracy, and members of the board. I appreciate the time tonight, and I'm very excited to share with you our preliminary summer learning proposal. This is a framework that we began compiling a couple of months ago, due to the fact that we know our students have struggled academically this year. Leading our mission is always student achievement. A summer learning program is imperative to recover learning loss due to the impact of COVID-19 on mastery of learning. In order to address and to meet not only the learning needs, but social-emotional needs of our students and of our students of a diverse population, as well as help students be prepared for the next academic year, instructional support will be provided to targeted students. As a district, we are aware that this need is present. And like I said earlier, we began to meet with principals and departments on a plan to address our student needs and what summer learning would look like for our schools. And just Friday, on April 9th, the governor signed House Bill 82 into law, which requires schools to offer a school extension learning recovery program. House Bill 82 gives us requirements around what we must provide within our summer learning program. In accordance with House Bill 82, all LEAs must offer 150 hours or 30 days of summer learning, and it must occur outside of the 2021 school calendar year. Our district is proposing to offer summer learning for 6 consecutive weeks, Monday through Thursday, with approximately a 7-hour student daily schedule, with the exception of the week of June 28th, 29th, and 30th, which would be, we are proposing a 3-day week due to a holiday on Thursday, July 1st. As you can see on the screen, the proposed dates and times, and these times are subject to change, but we are so grateful to our transportation department who has already worked behind the scenes with some preliminary data that I'll talk about in just a minute from our schools to give us the approximate times that we were able to accommodate this schedule for our schools. So elementary, again, the dates June 7th through July 15th for all schools, Monday through Thursday, with July 1st as a holiday. The time for elementary proposed right now is 8:15 to 3:15, and this is a student schedule. Staff would be an additional time added on to that. For middle school, 7:45 to 2:45, and high school, 7:15 to 2:15. Who will attend summer learning? Summer learning is open to all students. However, in accordance with House Bill 82, each LEA is required to prioritize students at risk of failure. Our district is using multiple data points to determine eligible students who are at risk of failure. Data points include students with MTSS Tier 2 and Tier 3 plans in place, students below MAP grade level benchmarks, students at risk of academic failure, students who are not proficient on the end of grade or end of course assessment, students who need to recover credits to meet graduation requirements, and of course, teacher recommendation. Summer learning is strongly encouraged, and we want our students to attend, and we know they need to attend. However, participation is optional for families. Preliminary data that testing and accountability department, as well as school admin teams and teachers use to prepare our preliminary student numbers and proposed budgets, look to target approximately 9,000 K-8 students and approximately 2,900 9 through 12th grade students for approximately 12,000 students that would be targeted. These numbers will continue to change based on the fact that we have 6 more weeks of instruction for our students, end-of-year benchmark assessments. Of course, we have our end-of-course grades to consider, as well as our EOG and EOC assessments. So schools will be working to identify students up until the last day of school this year for this program. What will summer learning consist of, and what are the instructional requirements as it relates to House Bill 82? For our grade level requirements, as you can see, for K2, it is in-person reading and math instruction, integration of the reading camp for K2. And when we talk about summer reading camp, just to remind you, we've been providing summer reading camp for several years based on the Read to Achieve. And this is a specific focus on reading to build oral reading fluency, grade level reading for comprehension, word study for phonics, spelling and vocabulary instruction, as well as writing in response to reading. So all of that will be targeted within that K2 program, as well as for our third graders. Also, daily enrichment. So we are required to offer some type of enrichment, whether it is a sports, a music, or art, as well as daily physical activity, whether that could be recess or a PE type activity. For 3 through 8, in-person reading, math, and science for 3 through 8, as well as that focus on reading for our third grade students, and a daily enrichment, sports, music, or art. And for 9-12, in-person instruction for our EOC subjects, modules and teacher support for credit recovery for graduation courses, and in-person instruction in electives. CIA is currently working and evaluating our curriculum resources, looking at our existing learning intervention platforms and appropriate instructional materials that will be aligned to our essential grade level standards and specifically targeted to individually address the learning goals for our students. Because that's what our summer program is designed to do, to target those specific skills and learning gaps that our students have acquired over this period of time. And Summer Learning 21 will encompass all grade levels, K-12, and potentially be housed at all of our schools across our district, with the exception of our 2 smallest high schools, Early College Academy and CTLA, who will combine with one of our traditional high schools. The program, as outlined by House Bill 82, requires us to provide transportation for all of those students who are invited and choose to participate under Plan A. Also, a daily meal, and based on our schedule of the 7-hour daily, 4-day-a-week, we will offer a breakfast and a lunch for all of our students attending. Daily physical activity, as I mentioned earlier, a recess or a PE type activity, small group or individual instruction for at-risk students. This time will be dedicated for our students to provide that small group, intense instruction for our students. There might be types of whole group activities that are provided, but this requires us to bring our students in and work individually with them on those learning gaps, and in-person SEL supports for all of our students. And I know that our LCL department, Dr. Allen, and she may address this later, but they've been working on mini lessons mini lessons that can be incorporated within our daily instruction for our students within that day. Whether it's a morning meeting, whether it's an activity that a teacher can do within a lesson to provide those supports outside of just the academics that we know our students need, but those social and emotional skills that they also have been lacking throughout this year. It is important to us that we share a timeline. And like I said earlier, we've been working on this behind the scenes. And we started back in February. We had our teams of schools working to look at their data to determine which students that they were going to target. And from that, they looked at, well, how many teachers will I need to accommodate that potentially? What other staff will I need to make this program run more effectively? So all of that has been done prior to this, which leads up to our proposed budget that you'll hear about in just a minute. But also, within that timeline, we had to think about with the number of sites that potentially we could have for this program, who would run those sites. So we have already worked with our school principals in determining and assigning a site director at each of those sites. And this week, we are meeting on April 15th with our site directors and initially with our principals to talk about that timeline, to talk about those processes and procedures to move forward to make this roll out effectively beginning on June 7th. Within that timeline is also very important, the notification to families. And so as you see on the screen, part of our timeline that directly relates to family notification. So the communication department, along with our CIA department, has been working collaboratively to develop that letter that will be sent home to all families beginning on April 19th, which is next week, that will be inviting them to our summer program. We have given them a span of about 2 weeks to ask questions, to call the school, to find out what this is all about, what does my student actually need, how will this look for my student, how will we address this. And so we have given them 2 weeks to contact their school or to contact one of us to find out what is this all about and what will this look like. So on April 30th, we will begin to, families will commit and enroll their students into our summer learning program. In addition, and coinciding with our family letter, we are also rolling out a staff interest letter. And so that will go out to all staff at all sites. In that letter, it will detail what we know right now of the hours, the time, and the commitment, as well as how we plan to incentivize our program for attraction for our teachers coming on board for a 6-week commitment to our students this summer. And also, May 21, as I said earlier, this is a rolling process because we know we have 6 more weeks of school. So we have time for students to make progress and potentially come off the list of targeted, but we also know that we have potential of adding students based on additional criteria from now until the end of the year. So we understand that this is a process that we will continually invite. The invitation will be continuous throughout the end till we get to our date for beginning our program. And finally, our goal for summer learning is for students to make growth based on our pre-assessment into summer learning and our post-assessment. We are committed to that goal, and we're committed to working diligently and very strategically to create plans for our students that will promote student success. To address our actual measuring progress and how we're going to do that, I'm going to invite Christy Stevenson to come up, and following Christy, Mr. Britt will come to present the potential budget proposal for summer learning.
So when we look at measuring the progress of our students, as well as looking at the effectiveness of our summer program, it's really twofold. One, we want to look at end of grade and end of course assessment data, as well as our MAP assessment data. Now, the portion about using the end of grade assessments, this does require board action. So in order for us to use end of grade assessments in our summer program, the board would have to approve our plan, because currently there is no retest policy, but the state does recognize summer programs as an additional learning opportunity that occurs outside of the regular academic year. So once that happens, we can re-administer the end of grade test. When students take that test again, we will be able to compare their score from the end of the year to how they perform after week of June 28th. So what impact has summer learning had? And also for students who, and this piece would only be for those students who were not proficient on their end of grade assessment. So those students not proficient on their end of grade assessment would have the opportunity to take it again. If they do show proficiency at that time, that higher score would count towards the school's proficiency rate. So as I mentioned, the week of June 28th, we would be re-administering the EOG math and science, as well as Math 1 for middle school students who were not proficient. They would have that opportunity to take. The reason we are not offering reading is this is a renorming year for the reading test, so we will not have reading scores back until after the standard setting process this summer. So that's why you do not see reading up there. Ms. Whittington referenced our reading camp, which is specific to third graders who do not show proficiency on the reading assessment. They would have the opportunity to take the Read to Achieve assessment, and this would actually be into the last week of summer learning, because legislation requires 72 hours of remediation in reading prior to taking that assessment. So I want to back up just a second. So our third graders will actually get reading scores this year because of Read to Achieve legislation. The old standards will just be achievement level standards will be used in order to generate those scores. The second part of this is during the final week of summer learning, we would use our we would administer our NWA MAP assessment to all students that attend, and we would then be able to look at the growth from their spring assessment, which they are currently taking now, that window is open, to how they perform in the summer. So that is how we're looking at measuring progress for our K-8 students. For our high school students, and this is specific to end of course assessments, so Math 1, Math 3, English 2, and biology. Those students who were not successful on the EOC in the fall or in the spring, who are attending summer learning for credit recovery, does have the opportunity to take the end of course assessment again. And as I said, if they pass, then that data then positively affects the school proficiency rate. We will also offer the summer window as an extension from fall and spring for those students who, because of COVID concerns, did not come in and take during the normal window. So we also have that flexibility there. So as part of this presentation tonight, I ask that you approve our test plan so that we are able to utilize our EOGs and EOCs as a measure of progress.
Just a quick question before we vote. We do that. If I'm a student in elementary school and I'm in a school that has not fully implemented NTSS, and I don't know if that's the case or not, will not get my scores back for reading. Is the MAP, what's going to be the assessment that is going to be the data that is used to determine whether or not I need to attend?
So we utilized two pieces of achievement data were utilized in helping schools generate their numbers, and that was the MAP assessment. So the students that were below the 40th percentile, which grade level proficiency is the norm is at 50. We used 40 because really the 40 to 50 are kind of your bubble kids, and also struggling in reading. So their coursework, so it was twofold, MAP as well as, yes, ma'am. Yes, there's no, you got to make data-driven decisions.
Let me ask you a question about the EOGs. I'm curious as why we're doing it with just, what is it, 3 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Instead of pushing it out a little bit farther.
So the accountability year ends July 6th. So we have to have all of the data it has to be cleaned and submitted to DPI no later than July 6th. So because that June 28th week is a 3-day week, with that holiday, we would take care of our testing those days, and we'd have some buffer time to make sure the data is clean before we submit to DPI.
On our student, okay.
And just to add, and that's another reason why it's twofold, because we know we're only halfway through summer learning. That's why we're bringing in the MAP assessment at the very end to get a complete snapshot of summer learning from the end or from our spring benchmark, which is now, to the end.
So you feel confident that that 3 weeks will give the child an opportunity to improve that grade? There is the potential, I guess, or a reasonable expectation that just halfway through, we can do that test and we will see improvement.
I do, because years and years ago, when we had a retest, when the state had a retest policy and we implemented that retest policy, those of you that have been around a long time, if you'll recall, we provided 5 hours of remediation and then we retested. It happened before the school year was out, and we saw success with that. So yes, sir, I do. Another little point that I will mention in the bill itself, it does reference that the state is supposed to provide us an assessment to pre and post. We do not have any information at this time on what that assessment would look like. If that is provided, we would, of course, have to use that, but we needed a plan for how we're going to measure progress if that doesn't come to fruition.
And, one really good point is that they are using the second administration, the one that's done this summer, will be able to count if the child is proficient. In the past, that's never happened. You had to go with the first one. Am I correct?
Well, so you have to go, the second test, if it was higher, it did count in proficiency. What it does not count in is growth.
That's what I mean. Okay,
growth.
yeah.
Yes.
So,
in
the past, it never showed up on their report card as in their growth. Is that correct?
It never showed as growth, yes, but it showed as proficiency.
Okay. The other thing is the summer window for students who were enrolled in EOC. Right.
Okay.
Will we provide those students who missed the EOC? They sat in the class the fall or spring semester, if I'm correct, but they did not take the EOC assessment. Am I correct?
They can come in and take it.
Are we going to provide any kind of help with them or recovery or opportunity for them to be in the class before we give them the test?
And
they
would come during that summer learning window as long as they take their assessment by June 30th, because it may be they sat through the class, they only need a couple of hours to get caught back up and refreshed. They can take it at any time during that window. Yep.
I do have one question. I think we anticipate that there are students that are going to need this remediation. And hopefully they all will sign up by April 30th. But what if they don't? Will there be any online option as well during the summer? Is this going to be only classroom? And, hopefully they will, but what if they don't?
Thank you, sir. And right now, we are looking at in-person instruction as our first priority because we are hoping that we can, because we have decided to house our programs at every site, that gives us the opportunity. We already know these families in those sites. We have connections with those families. Our teachers have connections with those families. And that will give us the opportunity to reach out and encourage student participation. And hopefully they will feel more comfortable coming to their own school and possibly being served by their own teacher. And that will increase our participation, and so that we can take advantage of this in-person opportunity. It doesn't mean that we're closing our the door to anything additional to that, but right now our primary focus is that in-person instruction.
So you do have a component of, the students that need to be there. If they don't join voluntarily, there's a plan to reach out.
Oh, absolutely. In our proposed budgets, our principals did a fabulous job. And as you will hear when Mr. Britt comes up to present our budget proposal, we looked at it very idealistic. Like, this is what we really want to ensure that we can offer a very productive program for our students. And in that, our counselors built in, there are social workers that may serve one or two schools, but we have built in that into our allotment projections so that we can have staff available to reach out to those students to get them to summer learning, because we have progress to make. And this can be our launch into that progress. And so this is not going to be the end all, and we know that, but it can certainly be a launch into improving our student achievement overall. So, Mr. Britt?
Good evening, board members, Dr. Bracy. So the costs, before I get started, the costs are very, very roughly estimated because there's a lot of components that we don't know yet. We don't know exactly what our number of students are going to be. We don't know exactly the number of staff. Until last week, we didn't really even know how teachers were to be paid or staff was to be paid, because there were some things that come out last week that were a little bit surprising. With when the bill was finalized, that it offered some bonus options, and what was surprising about that was that, to my knowledge, CARES Act money has not been allowed to be used for bonuses. So I'm not sure quite how the state is working that piece out. So there's still some components for the cost that we just don't know yet. So how we came up with this estimated expense of just over $9 million was I think we calculated on a 1-to-10 ratio, one faculty member to 10 students. And then we base it on the faculty members' average hourly rate of pay. So we multiply that times the number of days, number of hours, to come up with the total cost. So you got the largest component is course wages and benefits at just over $8.7 million. And again, this is very roughly estimated. It depends on, we're hoping to get a little bit more guidance next week, exactly how, what kind of rates of pay are we allowed to do? Is it hourly? Is it daily? Or do we base it on the teacher rate of pay? Is it just up to the district to determine the rate of pay? So some of those questions we would like to have a little guidance before we say for sure this is the cost and this is what we can offer for pay. But this will give you a general idea of what kind of costs we're looking at. So it breaks down wages, bus cost, utilities, supplies, curriculum. So curriculum we left blank because I believe we're going to have to do an RFP for that, and it'll be a sealed bid. And so that we have an idea of what that cost will be, but we didn't want to advertise it because we didn't want to show our hand of what we are anticipating for that cost. And I'll open it up for any questions about money.
did the state put any money in with the requirement to provide this summer school?
I think they're banking on the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds. So you'll hear the term ESSER or ESSER, and you'll hear CARES Act used interchangeably. So I think the state is banking on those two funding sources to cover this. Because there's, I think, the federal government required a 20% or so amount that was supposed to be earmarked for learning loss, and summer school was one of the components that covers that learning loss component. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you all for your presentation. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the summer learning proposal as well as the EOG, EOC summer testing plan. Motion by Mr. Johnston, second by Mr. Byrd. Roll call starting with.
I'm assuming by you not addressing that, that's not going to be a real significant amount of money over what we're talking about. Is that correct?
It could be. It could be. It could be a. It could go up. So this was estimated on the high side for the total number of students and high side for the total number of staff. So we tried to give you a high estimate up front so that we wouldn't have to come back later and say, oh, well, it's going to be $10 million now. We tried to build in a little bit of wiggle room in that cost estimate in there.
We shouldn't expect $12 million.
I wouldn't expect that. Not unless
$11 million.
Not unless you start throwing a lot of stipends and bonuses at the, at the.
I just wanted to make sure that, what we didn't talk about wasn't a real significant that impacts a whole lot.
The total, the anticipated expenses, is that supposed to be the total of all of this?
The I think it was a 9.7, is that?
I think is it not more like 10.3 million?
I don't have it in front of me. Okay. I think
8816.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know whether you were counting
about 10.5, 10.6.
That's about 10. Yeah, that's about
10. Because it's 87,
Oh.
8,700,000, 1,600,000.
And I see what it is. So bus also includes some wages. So some of that is listed twice in there. It's a breakdown.
Okay.
I apologize. I should have clarified.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
We just weren't clairvoyant enough.
All right, so we have a first and a second. Roll call starting with Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
Miss Andrews.
Yes.
Miss Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you all.
All right, good evening, everyone. Tonight I have three items for you, starting with Board Exhibit Item 6C1, addition to Archer Lodge Middle School. Archer Lodge Middle is currently 384 students over capacity, and as we all know, will continue to grow. Currently, we have 11 mobile units there, and this addition will maximize the build-out potential for that school, bringing the student capacity to 1,186 students while providing 12 additional classrooms. RFP was advertised. A total of 6 bids were received on March 25th, 2021. The Facilities and Construction Department recommends awarding the project to Group 3 Management of Kinston, NC for a total contract amount of $3,204,000. The total amount includes accepting bid alternates for preferred equipment, and also includes a contingency for testing, signage, and any other unforeseen changes that may arise during construction. The Facilities and Construction Department also recommends awarding the Technology Division 17 construction contract to NC Sound of Pikeville, NC for $17,413.46. Attached in the board agenda are the bid tabs and a recommendation for award from the project architect. This project will be funded out of the Year 3 2018 bond funds. This is presented for action.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Johnston. Roll call starting with Mr. Wooten. Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0.
My next item is 6C2, metal roof project to South Smithfield Elementary School. This will construct a new roof on top of the existing low-sloping rubber roof and also construct a new canopy front entrance to the school. RFP was advertised. A total of 5 bids were received March 30th. The Facilities and Construction Department recommends awarding the project to the low bidder, Eastern Corporation of Youngsville, NC, for a total contract amount of $1,480,000. Attached are the bid tabs and a recommendation for award from the project architect. This one will also be funded out of the upcoming Year 3 2018 bond referendum funds, presented as action.
Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Wooten. Roll call starting with Mr. Johnson. Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0.
My last item is Board Exhibit 6C3, chiller replacement for Benson Elementary School. This project will replace the 2 original 1997 Carrier chillers, the chilled water variable speed building pump system, and the front-end building automation control system. RFP was advertised, and a total of 5 bids were received on April 1st. The Facilities and Construction Department recommends awarding the project to CCAC Building Solutions of Garner, NC, for a total contract amount of $275,550. This also includes accepting the 2 bid alternates for the pump system and the controller systems. The bid tab is linked. This is an in-house project recommended for award and will be funded out of the Year 3 2018 bond referendum funds. This is for action.
I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Sessom, second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call starting with Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Good evening again. I have 2 items for your consideration. Both are action items. The first is exhibit number 91. It's the 2021-2022 traditional calendar proposal. As you all know from me standing up here for several years now, we have a calendar committee which consists of between 40 and 50 individuals. They represent various stakeholders of our school system and community. And I do want to thank them for their efforts. This is all volunteer work. They all have a passion in coming together to create the calendar. So typically, Pre-COVID, I would have them with me, but in this virtual meeting that we've been having, I hope they're tuning in and can hear me thanking them for their efforts. We did review 17 possible calendars for next school year. We narrowed those down to 3. We posted those on our school system website. We promoted this through our ConnectEd messaging system and received over 4,000 responses from staff, community members, and students. And after the committee reconvened and discussed the feedback, it resulted in this proposal that is before you now. As was discussed earlier on another agenda item, there are 8 work days prior to the first day of school. There is 11 holidays in this calendar. There's an early release in September, and first quarter ends October, I need to have my glasses on, October 15th with a work day following. We have a 3-day Thanksgiving break for students, which is something that our stakeholders really like. And the first semester ends December 17th. We have 2 weeks off for the Christmas break. An early release day on February 21st. Third 9-week period ends March 4th with a work day following. Spring break between April 11th and the 15th, a work day on April 18th. Holiday May 30th, and the last day of school is June 2nd with 4 work days following that. And I'll be glad to take any questions that you may have, but again, this is an action item.
I haven't added it up, but what are our days like? Are we at 90/90? Are we at our quarter number of days? Are we close or the same?
I've got,
Talking about between first semester and second, you're at 79.99.
So first semester is, and I know that's to get that, to finish up that first semester before Christmas.
Correct. And we did have on one of our samples a calendar that had the semesters even, but in order to do that, the first semester did not end until mid-January, and the majority of individuals expressed support over this calendar versus the one that had the days more evenly distributed between the 2 semesters.
I'm just wondering how that affects instruction. That's 11 days less of instruction.
So I think at high school is where the greatest challenge is, and I think that principals and we have high school principals on this committee. We also had 2 high school students on this committee. Both spoke in favor of the calendar that's before you, but I think the key is in how you plan those classes, which ones you might take in the fall versus which ones you may take in the spring. So I agree it is a challenge, but there are pros and cons with many of the proposals that we had, but they felt strongly that it was worth the benefits to have the imbalance of the days.
It would just be real nice to start school before the 3rd week in August, wouldn't it?
Correct, and we've discussed this before, but general statute outlines the development of our calendars. And so we are very limited, extremely limited, as to when we can begin school and when we have to end school.
And just a point of clarification, this is the traditional calendar. This is for both restart schools as well as the other schools.
That is correct. The only schools that would not follow this calendar would be early college and CTLA, which is the next item for your consideration.
Mr. Petrano, as far as the high school principals that were on this committee, were they in favor, would they strongly in favor for this calendar and felt like it would fit the needs of the high school students? I understand what you said, where they've got more time in the spring and they can change their courses around if they need more instructional time, but were they strongly in favor for this?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you now, you talked about offering a course either spring or fall. are we aligned with our AP courses and the AP exams being, not taking an AP course in the fall and then waiting till the spring to take the exam? Has that been taken care of?
That's a question that I would probably have to defer to someone else, Mr. Carroll,
Ms. Leathers.
unfortunately.
Yeah, she'll step in.
But I know that.
I mean, I didn't know if that was a function of the calendar in terms of when you reference moving a course based on the days, semester days in the high school, that we had to maybe offer spring versus fall.
Right. I know that when we've heard from our high school principals, they have said while it's a challenge that there are ways to make this work. That the benefits of having this calendar outweigh the challenges of having this calendar. But it might be good to repeat the question, Mr. Carroll, since Ms. Leathers is now here.
The question is, we were talking about a calendar, and Mr. Vetrano brought up the high schools being able, based on a 79-day versus a 99-day semester. And my question was, well, have we aligned, this wouldn't cause a misalignment of an AP course being taught early and then a semester go by before they can take the AP exam? Do we have those courses aligned so the children or the students are fresh from that course when they take that exam?
So I think that most principals schedule them that way. There's some exams that you can take in the fall semester that you can get the content in advance and then have study sessions in the spring semester to go along to make sure that they're prepared for the exam. And then there's other exams that you would definitely want to have those classes in the spring semester, like AP Bio, AP Chem. But some of the other ones you could probably do the study sessions and be fine with. So the principals are definitely aware. Every high school principal voted for this calendar to have the exams first semester, so they know how to align. Some AP courses they have year-long. So it just depends on the principal, but they make sure that they're scheduled correctly to meet the needs of the students.
Because I have had some, in the past, some frustrations.
Oh, sure.
That, you know, I took it in the fall and I didn't do it, you know, it was the spring before I actually sat for the exam.
Absolutely.
So how much do we lose in terms of scoring well on that exam, especially for the students that are headed? If they can get their 3 or better, they got credit.
Yeah, that's always a concern with the block schedule, right? And so that's up to the schools to make sure that their schedule meets the need of the student and that they have those study sessions. So we'll make sure that that's the case. Mm-hmm.
Do you have any concerns with the calendar for our middle school students who may be taking high school classes?
I have not heard any. And I appreciate the questions, and I guess it's fitting that I had to defer to Ms. Leathers, which is why we have many stakeholders involved. It's not just Brian Vetrano creating this calendar, because you have to consider the curriculum side. You have to look at you know, transportation and all the other areas of our school system that help to come together to make sure we have a calendar that works well for our students and everyone. I'll be glad. I'm the one standing up here, Mr. Carroll, so I do facilitate this process, and it's
So I'd entertain a motion.
privilege each year.
To motion by Mr. Johnston,
Second.
second by Ms. Sessoms. Roll call starting with Mr. Wooten. Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. The second item, another calendar, the 2021-2022 Early College Academy CTLA calendar. On behalf of Mrs. Singleton and Mr. Daniels, I'm presenting this calendar before you. They have worked with their stakeholders to prepare this calendar proposal. It is very, very similar to what they have in place this year. And I'll be glad to take any questions.
Out of curiosity, how well does this align with JCC's calendars, their fall and spring semesters?
It's my understanding that it aligns perfectly.
Great.
These two schools, when these two schools began, have special permission to align their calendars with the community college, which is why they can have an earlier start date than traditional schools.
Trying to, you said they align, it looks at me that we start before JCC begins on this calendar, is that correct?
Let's see. August 2nd, and then JCC. So I guess what I mean by lines is, if you look at December, their JCC finishes prior to Christmas break. These students finish prior to Christmas break. And so you have, with this calendar, you're better able to have that balance between the first semester and second semester that we do not have with the traditional calendar because of the flexibilities that we do not have. So I guess I should step back and say it's not perfect, meaning they start on the same day, every other day is perfectly in sync, but it aligns, it allows these two schools to work together so that students taking courses, there will not be disruptions.
Okay, thank you.
Don't they share spring break, Mr. Petrone?
And I think that's the big thing, the spring break
The
and the fall
breaks.
break.
That way the campus is closed.
Correct.
I believe they do share the exact spring break.
Right, because they are on the campus.
That's right.
I'll entertain a motion to accept.
Oh.
Motion by Mr. Johnston. Second by Mr. Carroll. Roll call starting Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Ms. Essems.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you much. We will get these posted for all of our stakeholders.
Thank you. Mr. Britt, I'm not sure if you heard us as well. We added 2 to your area. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am prepared. And I brought my reinforcements here as well. So, it's kind of like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where you need to phone a friend. Got my friends here. And before I begin, I just wanted to clarify, because that slide I had on there after I got the question, it really made me realize I was not as clear as I wanted to be on there. I had a spreadsheet that backed up that, and I didn't provide a spreadsheet. But that slide did not include in the incentive pay and bonuses that just came out last week, or if we tack on any additional bonuses beyond what the state had done. That $9 million didn't include that. It also did not include the curriculum costs. So those two components would need to be factored and calculated and added to that amount. So I wanted to fix my mistake there with that. Just real quick, I don't have a budget amendment tonight. We have a large one in the works for May. There'll be quite a bit of updates there. But what I wanted to do was to briefly go over our website. There's been I hate to use the word transparency. That's one of my least favorite words, is transparency, because I feel like it's overused. I feel like the word transparency just gets utilized too much. But I wanted to kind of walk you through our website, because I feel like it is very transparent with the information that we have out there. We're continually adding more and more to that website to provide as much information as we possibly can. So if you go to underneath financial services, and I'll be very brief with this, there's a number of tabs over on the left. So it's a little bit hard to read, but I'll call it out to you. So the very first one is audit reports and financials. So if you click on that one, it takes you and shows you 11 years worth of audited financial statements. So you can go back any number of years there and see what the auditors reported to us, what findings that were there or not there. You can see that component. Just moving on down to some of the other links. So probably the one that has the most information is our budget expenses and CARES Act, particularly near the top where you see our current budget and expenses. So that is where we post all of our monthly budget amendments. So you've got our current budget and the budget with details. Everything that is in your board packet will get posted here to the website for the public to see. It's also got our year-to-date expenses. We even have our cash balance out there that gets updated monthly. So I don't know of any other district that has, kind of toot our own horn. I don't know of any other district that puts their cash balance out there on the web. It gets updated monthly. And there's also the most recent addition that we had was our 2021 CARES Act and ESSER expenses as of yesterday. And so there's a chart on there that goes through, and that'll be updated quite a bit because there's a lot of money that's still headed our way that we don't have yet. So we got $25.2 million that's coming with ESSER 2 and $65.4 million that's coming with ESSER 3. So when you add that to the money that we still currently have left over that's unspent, we have roughly $100 million of federal funding that is going to be spent over the next 2.5 to 3 years. And there's quite a bit of money, but a lot of that's going to learning loss. Like you saw tonight, it goes very, very quickly because we're talking about a potential $10 million spend for summer school this 1 year alone. And so it's a lot of money. It will evaporate quickly. Underneath that is some reports from DPI, is LEA expenditure reporting. We also have Ms. Tabitha Lee's videos up there for finance training. So this is more for departments and schools, and it breaks down, it gets really into the weeds for them. It's more of a training tool, and we'll update that this summer. The next one down is a link for all our fees. So what can parents expect to pay in fees for the year? So that's our fees are posted here on our website. Underneath that is our forms. That's also mostly internal, payroll, etc. The next one down is more for parents and booster clubs. There is a bit of information for PTOs, and booster clubs. It gets in, it has a policy manual underneath it or guides, some really good information that, again, Ms. Tabitha Lee has worked very hard to put together and get it posted on our website. And that's in the process of being updated as well. And we have a new finance manual coming out this summer as well. Another one for parents is a link for our athletic insurance and student accident insurance. So these are optional insurance policies that parents can purchase for their children. It's got a link and an explanation for each one there. Next tab is vendor information. You want to do business with Johnston County Public Schools? Here's where you start. Here's where you have a contact information, where to submit your W-9, and what information we need to set you up as a vendor. Here. And then, of course, finally, we have our contacts. But there's quite a bit of information out there that's available for anyone to access. You can, at any point in time, you can see how much we've spent this year, what our budget is, how much we've spent of that budget, what's remaining of that budget. So there's quite a bit of information that's out there. And we are adding to it regularly. So that is my item of information tonight. My next piece is a request. This is an action item. It is a request for an extension of the FFCRA. So if you recall, and if you look at your information sheet, there's a write-up and also a link on there. At the Families First Relief Act, I can't remember exactly the terminology there for that, an acronym, but it was mandatory prior to January 1st this year. It became optional after that. The first wave of optional time ended March 31st, and the board voted in January to allow us to continue to offer that leave through March 31st. The federal government has extended that again. They've extended it to September 30th of this year. And what I am asking is that the board give us an extension through June 30th to get us through this current school year. And then we can reassess over the summertime to see where we're at for this next upcoming year.
I entertain a motion to extend the Family First Response Act to June 30th.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Sessoms, second by Mr. Wooten. Roll call starting with Mr. Johnson. Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Mr. Wooten. I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0.
Next item for approval is the bus replacement contract. So these are yellow buses that the state pays for. So we record the expenses on our books, but the state cuts a check on their side. But we do sign a contract, and that's what you have before you tonight as part of your packet of information. It is, it's got the number of buses listed there. I think it's 22. See, my phone and friends are chiming in. 22 replacement buses. So old buses out, new buses in. Has no impact on fund balance or we don't even cut the check. The state covers that for us.
Do we pay for those and then get reimbursed?
We paid for them initially years ago when they were first.
Okay, so
first
these are
brought on.
replacement, okay.
Yes, sir. These
All
are
right.
replacements.
Very good. So this is a no-cost contract.
Correct. Yes, sir. No cost to us. It's a cost to the state.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Ms. Sessoms. Roll call starting with Mr. Johnston. Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0.
My last item for approval tonight is the purchase of radios for buses. So this is a purchase that came about as a result of savings from COVID-19. So, you know, our buses didn't roll a lot of this year, so there's quite a bit of savings that we're anticipating over $2 million worth of savings, not including this cost, that we are expecting for this fiscal year. And so that presented an opportunity to look at what can we do, and I'm speaking for, I say we, but I really mean our transportation department. I need to give credit where credit is due. They've come up with a plan to get rid of our mobile devices that are in our buses now and used by our bus drivers, and to transition to radios. And so I'm getting a little bit out of my lane here, but from my understanding, the advantage is you save yearly going forward. So we're spending $42,000 a year on cell phone cost, and so that cost goes away. So there's a big upfront cost, but this is a fantastic year to do that because we have the funds available. And then in the long run, transportation has now saved $42,000 a year after year after year to offset that. So just a fantastic opportunity that presented itself this year. And it's on, I think it's on state contract, is that right? Yes, it's on state contract. So there's no beating.
And this will equip every yellow bus we have with this thing. Now, as we're talking about, we're replacing buses. Is it permanently attached, or is it a handheld thing?
Mr. Carroll, it's permanently attached to the bus, but it can be moved from bus to bus. So we have a mechanic that's very talented. He's trained to work on all of our technology, such as our cameras and radios. So as buses are phased out or replaced from the state, he removes the existing system and puts it on a new bus. Yes, sir.
So this is to put it on 185 of our buses.
Yes, ma'am, I think that's right. We have two areas, Clayton and Corinth already have those. Clayton has had them for many, many years since I've been in the district. And last year with COVID savings, we put them on the Corinth buses, and we've seen great success this year with response times and things like that. So as Mr. Brett said, we have some fund balance, and we feel like it's a good investment since moving forward. It'll save us money off of our current provider with cell phones. It's more reliable for our drivers, and it will not hit our fund balance or hurt us on our efficiency moving forward as it normally would in a normal school year.
And they're able to contact 911 directly with these radios, as well as to call back to your office to tell them that they need help or
Yes,
whatever.
ma'am. It's instantaneously. I've had my radio when I've been in trainings in Raleigh, and I can hear them clear as day. So, and it's a red button, it's an emergency button. As soon as they hit that button, it will call us, or it actually calls 911, and they come on and say, 911 to the bus garage. We've been alerted that bus 627 needs assistance, and immediately our team heads to that bus regardless if it's incidental or real.
And I appreciate the board allowing us to bring down, and y'all bring this to us. I just thought it's one, a significant amount of money that we need to talk about rather than just go over, plus the safety issue that the public needs to understand, that we are, improving our safety issue. And, but I appreciate us having this discussion.
I'll entertain a motion to purchase the bus radios.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Johnson. Roll call starting with Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
Miss Andrews.
Yes.
Miss Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. While Ms. Roberts is coming up, we have moved item 1 from her group. That's going to be in our May board meeting, so we'll just have the hosted telephone contract tonight. Thank you, Ms. Roberts. We moved the social and emotional learning piece, mental health improvement plan. That will be presented in our May meeting.
And I just have one final item for you. We are asking for your approval of another 3-year contract with Converged Networks. This is a company that we are very pleased with. This company went through the competitive bidding process that is facilitated by the state. And so the 3 pieces that you need to know is that it is a competitive group purchasing system, competitive bid. It's for a 3-year term, annual cost of $261,036 for a total of $783,108. And we're asking for your approval.
I'll entertain a motion to extend another 3-year contract for our hosted telephone.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Carroll,
Second.
second by Ms. Sessoms. Roll call, starting with Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you were out. We moved the social and emotional mental health improvement plan. That'll be moved to our May meeting. This time, would like to just remind you all that we have our board retreat this Saturday, April 17th, starting at 8:30. That will be at Facility Services with a breakfast provided as well as a working lunch. Then our budget work session has been moved to Thursday, April 29th, 2021 at 5 p.m. And then our May board meeting will be Tuesday, May 11th, starting at 4 o'clock, then open session at 5. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Ms. Andrews, second by Mr. Carroll. Roll call starting with Mr. Wooten.
Yes.
Ms. Andrews.
Yes.
Ms. Sessoms.
Yes.
Mr. Byrd.
Yes.
Mr. Carroll.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0. We're adjourned.